More than a night, so much more than a height. Set my intention before I take flight. She took her time to fulfill my delight. Make the print right as she speak her insight. Follow the dark, the most beautiful art. When I depart, my body restart. Fill me with power, I come like the tower. Ain't a desire, my soul she devour. We can no sleep, me rest on my feet. Am I alive or am I deceased? I cannot tell, I'm so deep in her seat. Suffocate me with the arms of Cali. What is the ocean? I'm suffering her cold. She filled with sequels, I'm taking her oath. Into my body and now she the host. I made her creation that's older than gold. She is the storm and now I'm reborn. Got me informed, dressing it in norm. Penetrate bliss so much more than the wish. See me a kiss, she a demonic sense. All of my dreams making me sing. Forcing that on my Solomon strings. You never know what the ending will be. She's my wish, the devil in me. I feel it in your eyes. Know you want this winter solstice blizzard in your thighs. Now I'm frostbit, can I come quick? Linger on the rise. Move in disguise, world can't surmise how we improvise. Real entity, sex, agility, voodoo, bring a genie. Demons run the city, angels roll with me, 12 cannot perceive me. She immaculate, she a battle, it's like the candle wick. Grab the Apollo 6, see that psychic bitch jewels on her wrist. Can I cross this, end up lost quick, put me in a trance. Only with your glance, she proceed to dance, never stood a chance. Love on my land, speak your commands, make me understand. She gon' make it happen. To my satisfaction, going for the macadam with the trapping. Sexy interaction, ain't no need for capping. She called me a lap. Magical attraction. In a heated passion, she gon' get distraction, bloody up and imagine. No, I ain't the one to pray, but all I know is she hold laid that trick money. He keep me paid, they do whatever that hoe say. 304 underlay, go massage, then foreplay. I call her God, don't call her babe. Supernatural in the day, I feel it in your eyes. Know you want this winter solstice blizzard in your thighs. Now I'm frostbit, can I come quick? Linger on the rise. Move in disguise, world can't surmise how we improvise. Real entity, sex, agility, voodoo, bring a genie. Demons run the city, angels roll with me, 12 cannot perceive me. She immaculate, she a battle, it's like the candle wick. Grab the Apollo 6, see that psychic bitch jewels on her wrist. Can I cross this, end up lost with? All right. All right, we in there, we in there. All righty. Let's down a bit. What's the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal? What's going on? It's been a little bit, but it really ain't been no time at all. It really ain't been no time at all. If you view in time like I view time, we can say, what's up, Gigi, Supreme? What's up, Sharice? What's up, Fool? What's going on? What's going on? You keep the Papa Legba's Veve on the jar of my shrooms, and my trips are always on point. Well, since you want to bring up, you just going right into it. We ain't even get into the video. We already going into it. All right. We already going into it. Y'all not wasting no time, huh? Y'all not wasting no time. But of course, we still on that time. We still on that time. Y'all not wasting no time, huh? So definitely keep the kids away, right? This is not for kids. It's really not for the public at all, right? It's really not for the public at all. It never was and never will be. That's why I'll just be giving y'all time to reflect, right? Because upon reflection, everything becomes as clear as day if you're really looking to see what's going on. For example, the title of this video was called, What Are the Vibes for 2025? Right? What have you learned, or what have we learned from 2024? The easy way to really break that down. What's up, Goddess Incarnate? Good to see me on my I've just been chilling. I've just been chilling. Always have to step away and become reborn, right? Because we must understand we are in the age of the new Aeon, right? We are no longer in the age of Osiris.
A perfect example of this is what just happened a couple days ago with the Mike Tyson fight and the Jake Paul, right? Everybody was getting like nostalgia with Mike Tyson. Oh, can he still do it? He's 58 years old. They don't know what's playing out right in front of them, right? What's up, Immortal 72, 93? They don't know what's playing out right in front of them, right? What we witnessed, Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, the ending of the age of Osiris, the dead god, and the birth of Haru, of Horus, Hippocrat, Rahakuit. That's what that was. Some people say it was rigged. It probably was. But it was rigged to align with the destiny of the stars. They say the same thing about sports and all type of world events. Everything is already pre-scripted. Well, what are they looking at to arrange the world dynamics? What are they aligning with? Is somebody just behind the scenes making up some shit? Okay, I want this person to win, this person to lose for what? It always is in alignment with the stars, the destiny of the stars, which we may not really understand unless we're really paying attention, right? Everybody's looking at the news, everybody looking at what's going on in the virtual world, everybody's looking at the drama on the internet. There's not too many people just studying the stars. It's all right there. It's always been right in the stars. You just have to be able to interpret what you see, which, as we know, most people can't. So it is easier to look at the media who can literally make up lies and mislead you instead of just looking at, well, what's going on with the stars? Can't nobody tell you this is going on and it's not going on because you can always verify what anybody is talking about. Other times you can't verify what people talking about. All these goddamn channels, people just saying whatever the fuck they feel, and there's no way to verify this shit. We can always verify the stars. That's why most people don't study the stars. That's why it's easier to say, astrology is bullshit. Astronomy is cool, but astrology is bull. It's just easy to say that because you see it takes skill to be able to interpret the stars. Not just read the stars, which is knowledge, also interpret what you're reading. Only then can you gain an understanding of the bigger picture. Everybody's looking at the small dynamics. Everybody wants to know what's going on every day. What happened over here, what's going on over here, what's going on with the presidency. It's the same thing. Trump will represent Haru. Kamala will represent the dead Osiris, right? Or not even her, Joe Biden. We can just put it in real perspective because Joe Biden is still the current president, but he is the dead god, right? Everybody say he's just a walking corpse. They use these keywords for those who really understand what's going on. Like, okay, why would they compare him to a dead god? They're comparing him to Osiris. That's what Joe Biden is, right? Then Trump represents the rebirth or that resurrection, which is what he is, right? Because they're basically the same age, but they're completely two different energies, right? But we had to go through the dead God in order to get to the resurrection, right? So that's why Trump did just win 46. He had to go 45 to 47. He had to let Joe Biden be the dead God and everybody see what's really going on and like, okay, y'all make the decision if y'all want to go through this another 4 years, right? But everybody else is just in their feelings. People wanted this person to win, that person to win. It's like it's already predestined. It's already written in the stars. It's just people don't want to gain the skill set because they have been misguided, right? It's pretty much devil worship at this point to be an astrologer or to have an understanding of the voodoo. That's why I'm showing y'all this, right? Y'all see the baby Haru? That's why I'm showing y'all that. That's why I put this on the screen, right? We went from the dead god with the dead goddess, Santa Morte, right? She's back there. We went from Santa Morte to the young Haru, right? And this deck just came out like 10 days ago, right? So this is just fresh off the presses, right? This ain't just something that's been around. This was just released in the month of November, I believe November 8th or November 9th. So this is fresh off the presses. But that's why I'm showing y'all that the baby Haru. Even those who study Neville Goddard, right? One of the master teachers from the past, even he speaks. If you are in the Christ, you have to visualize him as the child God. The same thing Aleister Crowley said, the child God. Not this grown-ass man dying on the cross. That's the dead God. The resurrection is the child God, baby Haru, baby Horus, right? Baby Haru, baby Horus. See, it's already there, and you see we have multiple perspectives to pull this same information. All you gotta do is put the time in, right? That's what we've been doing for what, the last 10 plus years, is just putting the time in, because we know nobody else is gonna do it. That's why I had to do it, right? All I did was be the example. This is what you can do when you put the time in. You can actually tap into what's really going on and be able to pull things without having to rely on different sources who are not doing it. So just ask yourself, where are the people from the media getting their information? If they're not studying the stars, who are they getting their information from? If they're not channeling from the stars, who are they getting their information from? At this point, it's just all about the check, right? Anything for content. Content is king or content is queen, right? Content rules over everything. So if you make up a fucking lie, it can become the truth. Lies become the truth, right? So it don't matter what you are, Christian, Muslim, Hebrew, Jewish, it does not matter. Mormon, Buddhist, they all say the same thing. Why? Because they have a common ancestor. That's the part of history we're not going to be taught. We're not going to be taught how all of these religions or spiritual lifestyles all incorporate into each other. Why does every system have, you can say, the same type of gods, right? You have a god of the light, the god of the dark, or the god of the sun, the god of the underworld, or god of Pluto, or Saturn, right? If you look at Santa Muerte, for example, you see the emblems or the symbols of Saturn with the sickle. You see the sickle. These are all symbols of Saturn. You will see Santa Muerte with the hourglass. All right, I actually have her up here. Fuck it, I might as well just show it. I ain't even trying to put everything on camera. I can at least show this. It's a better example. Hold on. Just to let y'all know I'm not fucking around here, right? I got this on my personal altar, right? Just to let y'all know there is, but y'all should already know it ain't no bullshit, right? So I got a whole altar over there, right? As you see, these are the symbols of Santa Muerte. You see her foot is on the world. What's the world card in the tarot, or the universe? That's Saturn, right? Because that's Tav. The 21st degree of the major arcana is connected to the Hebrew letter Tav, which represents the world or the universe. So you see her with the sickle, you see her with the scales, you see her with the hourglass right there. See her crushing the skulls, and you see her with the money at her feet, right? And you see her with the owl, of course. Then you see her with the sun. In this case, it's the dark sun, with a dark sun is Saturn, all right? Because people either worship the sun or they worship Saturn, right? You could say Islam is a manifestation of Saturn, the cube science. Then Christianity is a manifestation of the sun, right? These all represent different time periods, different lifestyles. But again, it's all mathematical formulas. We're not praising, we're not worshiping idol. We're not idol worshipers, right? Because most people are idol worshipers. They don't even know what the fuck they're doing. They're looking at this like it has real power. This is symbolic of what is already within you. The Santa Muerte within you. The Baphomet within you. The angel/demon within you. The tree of life within you, right? It's all mental. But if you don't have the science, you're going to take all this literally, right? What's up, Tech? Right? None of this is supposed to be taken literally. This is all science. It's mathematics. It's sacred geometry. Certain symbols or certain veves, voodoo, right? Veves. All that is mathematics. So when you see shit like this, it's mathematics. To tap into those chambers within you. It's all mathematics. It's only when you take it on face value, which a lot of people do. For example, you could say like Hebrew Israelites, they take everything literally. Everything in that Old Testament is everything that actually happened. Moses was actually walking around this bitch. He actually went up into the mountains, got those 10 Commandments. Although he actually, the Exodus, they take all that shit literally. But when we study Neville Goddard, it's like, oh, this is all psychological dramas. None of these people represent real people. None of these are real scenarios. This is not history. But people take the biblical stuff like it's actual history. But again, why would they do that? Why? To manipulate you so that you lose yourself and your soul into some fabrication. But again, it gives them power. That's what the demiurge is. That's what the Gnostics was on. We're not going to give power to a demiurge or a false god. So people are out here worshiping false gods, even Christ, even Jesus, false god. If you take it literally, you are the Christ. But we already know that, right? Christ consciousness is something within you. We are the 33, right? 33 is 22 plus 11. That's what we see on the tree of life. 22 paths, 11 sephiroth. 22 plus 11 gives you 33. Easy, right? It's all math. It's only when we do that extra shit where we lose track of that, right? Which most people lose track of it because they don't want it. It just can't be that simple. It got to be some extra shit. It just can't be that simple. This is all math and science. Yeah, it is. It got to be some extra shit though. Everybody wants somebody to burn in hell, right? Because if you look at all these religions, everybody is a chosen people. To Christians, they're the chosen people. To Muslims, they're the chosen people. To Jews, they're the chosen people. Mormons are the chosen people. Everybody is the fucking chosen. That's what everybody believes in their heart. Are they wrong? No, because you can be the chosen. We all have the ability to activate the divine spark within us. That's what the Gnostics said, right? Fuck this world. Like Tupac said, fuck the world. It's all about the divine spark within, the Christ within. We all have the ability to live out the Christ consciousness within us. We all have that gift from the divine, the stars, whatever you would like to call it, right? We all have the potential to fulfill our destiny, to fulfill our purpose, which is your north node in astrology. That's what we're moving towards. The south node is what you came from. But you must understand what you came from in order to know where you're going. So that's why we study both of the moon nodes, the dragon head, the dragon tail, the nodes of the moon, right? This is all basic shit that we learn when we study astrology. Before we study astrology, we study numerology. 10 numbers, 10 planets. How the fuck did that happen? When apparently we just recently discovered the last 3 planets, which, Pluto is no longer considered a planet, but we basically have the 10 planets. But before we even knew about the 10 planets, it was already 10 numbers. How the fuck did that happen? Even in the tarot, you have room for all 10 planets in the 12 zodiac signs. That's the 22. 10 planets plus 12 zodiac, that gives you 22. And this is before the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, were even discovered. So how are these systems aligning properly and precisely before these planets were even discovered? Clearly, they already knew what the fuck was going on, but according to history, they were not that advanced. They didn't know that far. But when we look at all these spiritual systems, when we look at what the ancestors left for us to study, we say, oh, they already knew all this shit. That's why we don't have to update nothing. It's already updated. So even with all these new discoveries, it's like, oh, they were already on that shit. We don't have to change or alter nothing. You can keep it exactly the way it is, and everything just fits right in place as if they already knew. Just like the ancestors had electricity. We think, according to history, Benjamin Franklin discovered electricity with a fucking kite. But they never tell you, okay, what they do say, they kind of give credit to the aliens. That's as far as they're going, right? It can't be the ancestors. It has to be aliens. They do anything to say that the ancestors were more on point than we are today. Whatever they got to do to keep you away from that, that's what they're going to do. So they would rather say aliens came down from spaceships. Who was the first person to talk about the goddamn mothership? Oh, that's right. Elijah Muhammad. A name that you really don't hear too often, too much, but this was one of the most successful black men in America, in the whole history of America. We see what happened with the Nation of Islam, right? But These are not people that's really mentioned. We will mention Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and all these people before Elijah Muhammad who did way greater works than them. But we don't give him the credit, right? But back in the fucking 30s, he was talking about the mothership and the mother plane. Then the government got on to that, but he was talking about it before the government was even talking about it. He was talking about it back in the 30s, the 1930s. They didn't really start talking about it publicly till the like 1947 when people started spotting the UFOs. But they said, if you do the history, they knew about aliens and UFOs from the 30s. Well, the only person that was talking about it is Elijah Muhammad. So who the fuck you think they was learning from? But they're not going to give him the credit, right? But that's why you see we gotta do it ourselves. We can't put it in somebody else's hands to put these pieces together because they're going to mislead you, right? So we would not care about UFOs. We would not care about aliens if it wasn't for Elijah Muhammad. It's just that who learned from Farad Muhammad, who was a founder of the Nation of Islam in Detroit, Michigan in 1930. And he taught Elijah Muhammad from 1930 to 1934, which is when Elijah Muhammad took over. And then we saw what the Nation of Islam became over time. And it's still in existence to this day. Just like Noble Drew Ali, who started the Moorish Temple of America, is still around to this day. And all these people came in the name of what? Islam. So as we see, even Islam has multiple dimensions to it. It's not just one way, like the mainstream way, which they call the Sunni way, right? Most Muslims, most mainstream Muslims are Sunni Muslims, right? Do they acknowledge Elijah Muhammad? No. Do they acknowledge Noble Drew Ali? No. That's American history. That's our history. That's what we're supposed to acknowledge. We're not supposed to go over there and try to be like them, which is what a lot of people do, right? A lot of people try to be like them, like the desert Muslims, but we don't. That's not our culture. That's why we had to have the Elijah Muhammad, the Farad Muhammad, the Noble Drew Ali, even the Marcus Garvey. Even Marcus Garvey came in the name of what? He was speaking about Allah and Islam, right? So those are the three pillars. Elijah Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey. They were all coming in the name of Islam, but you see they were different. They were not the same. They didn't all dress alike. They didn't all talk the same language, but they all came in the name of Islam because Islam is not a religion. Islam is mathematics, right? The 5%ers told you that, right? The Nation of Gods and Earths told you that. Islam is mathematics. So that's why I'm always talking about mathematics, right? I self, Lord and Master, or I self, Law and Master. It's you. You are the divine spark. So it's already there. But at this point, it's business, right? And that's why I be stepping away. I'm like, this shit is business, right? So a motherfucker would make up some fake shit before some real shit just to keep the checks coming in because they have gotten used to a lifestyle. That's why motherfuckers lie, because it keeps their lifestyle going. But, that's why I step away. I'm like, I'm not about to make up lies just to keep content going. I'm like, I don't have shit to do with that. That's why, again, I'm not a part of the YouTube partnership program. I'm not getting a single dime from YouTube. At this point, no money is being made, right? Because I'm like, I don't need it, right? It's I learned how to get it a different way. I'm like, I don't need to do that because it's gonna take you into dark chambers. That's why majority of the content is negative. If you didn't notice, majority of the content on this platform is negative. It's speculation. It's not real, right? But people want to watch it. People want to listen to it, right? What's up, the nameless one? So that's why I be stepping away. I'm like, yo, if I want to get into some real shit, I can't get it off of the fucking internet. I can't really go to the virtual world. AI, though, I'm heavy into AI. I'll tell you that much. AI is the future. AI is the truth if you know how to use it. You're not supposed to use it uh, the way that most people are using it, right? That's the big kicker. So 2025 is a year of AI. If you didn't already know that, right? Because a lot of people don't really fuck with AI, especially artists. A lot of artists don't even fuck with AI because they feel like it's taken away from the natural process of doing things, just like art. You see that? That came from AI, right? This came from AI. I generated this in AI, then someone painted it. Shout out to you, Asha. Then that over here, Santa Morte, that came from AI. I had someone paint that. So at this point, I'm using AI, then I give the job to someone else. Like, hey, can you paint this? They're like, fuck it, I'm gonna paint it. That's what I'm doing, right? AI is the truth, but a lot of people gonna reject it. Anybody who reject AI, go the other way, right? No, we're gonna keep it natural. We want to do it the way because they feel like, well, how are you really an artist if a machine is generating the art for you versus it coming from within you? It's already coming from within you because you have to word it properly. It's called prompt engineering. You're not just typing anything and getting any result. You have to consciously construct. You have to build the prompt. And according to your skills of building, are you a builder? Right now we getting into Freemasonry and shit like that, right? It's basically masonry. AI, you have to be a mason to construct and build up these realities, because a new reality is the virtual world. It is Uranus, right? 2025, Uranus is going into Taurus, right? Uranus is going into a different mode. It's going into a different zodiac sign. That's why Trump had to be here in 2025, because it is in alignment with the shift of Uranus. Uranus has been in Aquarius, not Aquarius, in Aries. Now it's shifting over to Taurus. Whenever Uranus shifts, big things happen, especially with technology. But you see, it's not hard to know these things when you understand we always supposed to be on this shit. Our ancestors told us, get on your fucking job. It's gonna be hard as fuck out here. Ain't nobody gonna give you nothing for free. It's not gonna be easy. You gotta grind harder than even we had to grind, because you can say we were free back then. Now we are under captivity, right? We are under siege, where anything that's real is swept under the rug. You had to go into the corners of the internet to find this shit. Just look at me now, right? You found me in the corners of the internet. I was never in the forefront. You found my ass in the corners. I'm in the dark side. I'm in the underworld of this shit. Resurrecting into the light, right? But in the mainstream, it's just a bunch of bullshit, right? It's because again, it's business. Religion is business. So do I knock it? Nah, I really don't knock it. It's business. They just have people believing in fake shit, but it puts money in their pocket. So is getting rich at the expense of others' souls, is it worth it? Because at that point, you a soul reaper. You're reaping the souls of others just to enrich yourself. Just ask yourself, is it worth it, right? To me, it wasn't. That's why I'm like, let me back the fuck off. I don't even care to get money from this shit. I don't care to enrich myself. Even though we're moving in the, I'm not even gonna say the right direction. Some people look at me as a fucking devil worshiper. You see that goddamn Baphomet up there. So I'm not gonna just say I'm going in the right direction. Some people looking at this shit is fucking crazy, right? Right? They looking at right? I pick up the alcohol, the tequila, 100% agave, right? Not vodka, not the rice. 100% agave. If you drink liquor, you better be drinking agave. Why? That's the purest. It comes directly from a plant. It's not coming from rice. It's not coming from starch. All that other shit. So if I'm ever doing something 100% agave, right? Then I got you, of course, a little vape, 100% THC. So if you're gonna do some shit, you might as well do it in a healthy way. Otherwise, you're killing yourself, right? Why do drugs to kill yourself? It should be giving you new life, but the only way for it to give you new life is for you to master your own darkness, your own destructive habits, right? Which we all have. We all have a shadow. Are you interested in mastering your shadow? Everybody's not interested in that because they just put it on the devil. That's why they would consider me a devil worshiper. When I say I'm just mastering my shadow, in order for me to master my shadow, I have to bring it to the forefront. So I see this shit every day. That's why I'm like, I need to see this every day. I need to see this every day. As a reminder, I need to see this every day. When I wake up, I'm looking at this every day. I look at death so that I can resurrect from it, right? I look at Saturn, but also understand I am the sun, right? But we are in a Saturn-like world, but you must be the solar influence within that solar, within the Saturn-like world. For me, today is my birthday, right? Nov 18. I was born on a Sunday at sunrise, which is an hour of the sun, right? So that's a double solar influence. So even though it's the dark side of the year, November, we're almost in winter. We're in the fall. The fall is a season of death. So of course, me being a Scorpio, of course I'm going to understand death more than most people, right? Happy solar return. It's all good. But 2024. What's the 24th path on the tree of life? I'm not going to expect you to know that. I'll just tell you. It's the path of Scorpio. It's the path of death. Right? 2024, the path of death, the path of Scorpio. I had major losses, as you already know, right? I lost my mother and my grandmother, both in 2024, in the year of death. Right? I'm pretty sure some of y'all have lost people as well. Right? So when I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, it's already charted. If 2024 was a year of death, am I really surprised that I went through death, even within myself, right? That's a big reason why I stepped away. I'm like, you know what? I have to resurrect from this now. I can't keep moving in the same direction. I have to resurrect in a new form now. I can't keep doing what I was doing before, and I need to resurrect, right? So I had to go through death. 2025 is in the path of Samek. The 24th path is the path of Noon. Now we're just speaking Hebrew alphabet, right? The 2025 is the path of Samek. Samek is the art card or the temperance card in the tarot, which you see depending on which tarot deck you have. It's basically 1 foot in this world, 1 foot in the other world. That's basically what that means, right? So you're a planet in this world, but you also are a planet in the other world, which is basically what I'm showing you now, right? So I'm busting my ass like everybody else, 9 to 5, paying the bills like everybody else, right? But I also understand I have to open up portals to the other shit, to the other side, to keep this shit going as well. I can't just put both feet in this world or both feet in the other world. Got to be 1 foot in this world, 1 foot in the other world. In the world, but not of the world, right? Because we are able to what? Open up portals. Open up, use Bebe's sacred geometry to open up portals. That's what the tarot is for. That's what all these magical systems are for, to open up portals to the underworld. Not the underworld, unless you want to, but the other world. It can be light, it can be dark, because we got both of them, right? We got 2 jinns, a positive one and a negative one, according to Islam, right? You got a wicked motherfucker with you, and then you got somebody of the light with you at all times, recording all your deeds, right? It all depends on, are you going to transmute your negative jinn and put it in alignment with the positive one so that it's neutral? It's not to say, okay, I'm all positive, fuck the negative, or I'm all negative, fuck the positive. Can you be neutral? That's what we're here to be, neutral. The middle path. Go down the middle path, right? Everybody else is like, okay, I got to go the right-hand path. I got to be a God worshiper, or the left-hand path. I got to be a devil worshiper. Well, what is it when you are walking the middle path? What does that mean, right? See, that's not really a science that too many people was even going to dig into, because they haven't even evolved to that level. They will never be on that level, right? It's just either all God or all devil. It's all good or all bad. I'm like, well, life is neutral, right? We go through good and bad. We go through positive and negative. You can't separate it. If you take away the positive charge from an atom or the negative charge from an atom, it's no longer an atom. It's no longer alive. We have the feminine side, we have the masculine side, right? That's within all of us, right? We got feminine energy and masculine energy within all of us. It doesn't matter your gender, right? So for you to acknowledge one over the other, you're doing yourself an injustice. Even Carl Jung said every man has an anima. which is a feminine presence within them. Every woman has a masculine presence within them, which you normally interact with within your dreams. And through these interactions with the anima or the animus, it allowed you to have a better relationship with all of the opposite sex in your reality. Do most people acknowledge that? No. Right? Are most people linking the connection? Like, yo, I need to develop a relationship with my shadow to have a better relationship with the opposite sex in the external world. Are they making that link? Absolutely not. They're just going to the external. That's why I'm not out doing shit right now. It's my birthday. I should be out celebrating, doing what the fuck normal people do. I'm not. I'm here giving y'all a game. Cause I'm like, let me do the internal work. I don't even give a fuck about this external shit. That's not the point. Let me get back to the science. Let me get back to the mathematics. Let me resurrect myself. Y'all haven't seen me in a minute, right? Let me resurrect myself. That was more important to me than me just going out, spending money, being amongst fucking strangers. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about doing none of that shit. So why would I pretend like, okay, it's my birthday, I need to be doing something, I need to go get a free meal, I need to go do this. I don't need to go do a goddamn thing. It's internal, right? My whole thing is resurrection. Going into 2025, do I have a plan? What's my plan, right? Because it's all about evolution. Sometimes you evolve in the darkness, sometimes you evolve through the light. Y'all have seen me throughout these years. I had to go through the darkness, I had to go through the light. Y'all didn't see both sides. Y'all didn't see everything, right? I have not hidden anything from you, which is very different, right? Like we already know, people just get up on here and they just show you what they want to show you. They're not showing you the full story. I showed y'all the full story, right? Y'all didn't see me come up, but it was necessary for me to show you that, right? And not just talk about it, right? What's up, Israel? I had to show y'all it's possible. That's why I really ain't got to do too much talking now, right? Y'all have seen it with your own eyes, right? Y'all felt it. Versus me, oh, I used to do this, I used to do that. No, y'all saw it. Y'all saw me go all over this goddamn country. What's up, Asha? Appreciate you. You see what I got, you know what I mean? Much salute to you. I got your art up. Show the whole world, right? We really about this shit. So that's what I mean by if you real, you have to show the full story. You have to show both sides. That's all I've been doing these past 10 plus years is showing y'all both sides. We can talk about all this light shit, but we have to also deal with our shadow. Y'all have witnessed me dealing with my own shadow, right? Dealing with my own vices, my own ups, my own downs, but I showed you, right? So that's just a part of being comfortable with your shadow. Most people are not comfortable with their shadow, right? They wouldn't do no shit like that in front of you, right? Because they are not holistic, right? They don't want to show you, like, yo, this is the part of me too. But just like Santa Morte, I got the owl on my shoulder, guiding me, showing me things that I may have missed. That's what that's trying to show you. Your animal spirit, your animal totem. That's what that is, right? Because the ancestors always went to the animals, connected with the animal spirits. That's shamanism. That's the first religion. The first religion on this planet is shamanism, connected with them animals, connected with them plants, connected with the spirit of the earth. That's what we've been doing from the beginning, right? But we always knew it's mathematics. It's not about idol worship. It's not about you or taking something outside of yourself more seriously than the internal. That's why it's science. That's why it's mathematics. Because if you take away that, then it's just mythology, right? People think mythology is just stories, not knowing this is talking about you. You are Medusa, right? Just like you are Pegasus, which is the resurrection of Medusa. Pegasus come from the body of Medusa when she get her head cut off. That is the resurrection of Pegasus. So even though Medusa was like a demon, when the demon was slayed, what came forth out of the demon is a resurrection of the Pegasus, which is the Haru. From the dead Osiris comes the Haru. So we see the same theme wherever we go, if you're just paying attention to it, right? But of course, you know, most people are not paying attention to it, and it's not for them to pay attention to. Most people just are, whatever they're into, that's just what they're into. Like, for example, I came and talked to certain people about mythology. because they're just into whatever the fuck they into. So if they're Christian, they only want to hear about Jesus. If they're Muslim, they only want to hear about Allah and Muhammad. Whatever people are into, that's just what they don't know about anything outside of their own lifestyle. Because for most people, that's how they live. They're just trying to be the best, whatever they are. They're not really trying to understand the whole picture. Why does Buddhism exist? Because they haven't went to the East yet, right? But it's not for them to go to the East. Most people are closed-minded. It's not for them to take the journey around the whole world, right? That's why she has the whole world at her feet. Meaning I'm all over this bitch. That's what that means. I'm not just in one country or one continent. I'm all over this. I have domain over this whole thing, which is what we are. Your bloodline allows you to have access to the whole world. But we calling ourselves Americans. We calling ourselves Africans, Europeans, Asians, Dominicans, Haitians. We separate ourselves like we don't have nothing to do with nobody else. Mexicans, Hispanics. We calling ourselves everything but what we are. But that's how the world works at this point. Let's be everything except what we are. Because when we have the energy of what we are, now everybody can be a part of it. As opposed to you're separating people. Some people is over there, some people is over there, some people is over there. That's why Gnosticism became Christianity. Why? Because even in Islam and Christianity, and this I'm sure it goes for everybody, it started as cliques, or cults, what we call nowadays cliques, meaning 12 tribes. Before you had Christianity, you had the 12 tribes, right? These 12 tribes had their own thing going on that was different than everybody else, right? They had their own thing. We're this, they're that. When Christianity comes around, or when the Prophet Muhammad comes around, now it's like, okay, we don't need to be separate. Let's come together and get this money. That's when it became business, right? You see where I'm going with that? Religion became business because they realized we are stronger together than apart. Why does it need to be 12 tribes when we can all be one tribe? We can all be Christians. We can all be Muslims. Even though we have different perspectives, but that's where the Bible comes from. That's where the Quran comes from. The Bible is just a manifestation of all the beliefs of the 12 tribes in one. That's what Jesus is. He's all of them in one. So he has knowledge of all the tribes instead of they're over there, they're over there. Same thing with Islam. Instead of the tribes, because there were Persian tribes, Arabic tribes, until it became uniform. So like, okay, so some of the tribes knew certain knowledge, other tribes knew other knowledge. They just brought it all together and then they made it mainstream. The mainstream is just a combination of all of them, but you lose the essence of the individual teachings. That's what you lose. You gain that, but you also lose the real meaning. That's why most people is walking around believing this shit is real shit. And it's not. It's just stories about you. That's not how most people view it. That's what was lost when it became mainstream, when it became business. In order for it to be business, you have to let that other shit go, right? So now you have to push lies. Now, which makes you corrupt people's soul. That's why, again, most of the people fucking up the world, they're not devil worshippers. They're fucking Christians, Muslims, Jews, Mormons, Arabic, whatever, right? They're all this mainstream. These are the people fucking the world up. It's not the fucking devil worshippers, right? Like I always say, when the last time you ever saw in the news or heard about anything, oh, this massive killer was worshiping the devil. We went in his house and we saw a Baphomet. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Hold on, let me put some music on. Hold on. Because it don't work like that. Most of the people who are doing wrong in this world think they're right. It's just that simple. And I say, let them think whatever the fuck they think. You just know the truth, right? We're not here to change the world. We're not here to change the mainstream. We're not here to fuck their money up. Let them get their money. Let them live and die. It's for you to resurrect from the death that they have brought forth. That's why they showing you all this dead energy, right? How many times do we have to see the dead man on the cross? But they never take us until El Cristo Negro, which is the Lord of the underworld. They don't take it that far. Even though that's some real shit, they don't take it that far. Meaning the true sacrifice was when Christ went into the underworld and then mastered those trials in the underworld. That's what made him Christ. It don't have shit to do with what he did on this planet. How smooth he was, how nice he was, giving people the game, blessing people. That ain't what made him a Christ. It's what he did to resurrect from the underworld. Do you know what you have to do to resurrect from the fucking underworld, from death, to come back from death? Which seems to be impossible. So fuck all that miracle shit. The ultimate miracle was getting out of the goddamn underworld, which most people were not able to do, right? Because it's like, you can say it was impossible until they told that story, right? Until they told the story of Christ. Well, before that, we had Osiris. Even Osiris, he didn't make it back in his body. He had to make it back through Horus, or Sar and Haru, right? So Asar never resurrected in the bodily flesh. He could only transfer his spirit into the new wave. But you see, they've been telling us this from the beginning. From the beginning. Yeah, you try to resurrect physically, good luck with that. But can you transfer your soul and your spirit into a different body? You definitely can do that. They were showing that shit in Star Wars, right? I saw that shit in Star Wars when the Dark Chancellor, he was able to transfer his body or his spirit into another body. You saw that with Star Wars, and that shit was decades ago, right? So they've been showing you the same shit. And then even with Darth Vader, he had went dark, but then when he died, he saw the light. He like, yo, I was misled. Then you could say he went to heaven because he came to the realization, or as people would say in today's times, he was saved. He gave his soul to Christ. He gave his soul to the divine once he realized, like, damn, I was misled. Let me change my ways before I die. All right? What's up, an unexpected friend? What's up, Matthew? All right? You gonna say, glad to see you're doing great. What the fuck you think was going on? What the hell y'all think was going on? I just been minding my business, though, honestly. I just been minding my business, soaking up the game. That's what the fuck I've been doing. And then making these goddamn hoodies now. See, before, the last time y'all saw me, I was making the shirts. Now I'm making the goddamn hoodies. All right? Not playing around with this shit. Y'all think I'm playing? All right, I got more shit to show you. Let me just do this real quick. Let me put this back. I'm gonna let y'all see what the fuck I've been doing. I've just been on a steady course, right? Just getting better. Well, give me 1 second. Let me show you some extra shit. Let me show you some bonus content. Give me 1 second. Let me grab some shit. Yeah. See this? You see that? Yeah. It's the type of time I'm on, right? The real Pope. We see what we see on the outside, but we see on the inside too. So what the fuck we doing? So I think, man. What? You see that resurrection? From death, resurrection? All right then. All right then. All right then. What? Got the Christ, Guadalupe, in the desert? All right then. Set the morte behind the sun? All right then. God damn it. Stop playing. And the spirit be talking to me, right? Spirit be talking to me. Set the morte was like, yo, I need those curves. Stop viewing me as a fucking skeleton with no curves. So I'm like, all right, I put the curves. I put the curves on the skeleton, because that's what she asked for. I'm doing. All right. Enough of that, though. Enough of that. So that's what the fuck I've been doing, right? I've been wearing this shit on my chest, right? So every day, all day, I'm wearing my own designs. That's what I'm doing, right? I ain't buying nobody else shit. I don't give a fuck about none of that. It's just all me, 24/7, right? And again, you see that's Cali. See that blue neck, see that blue body at the bottom? See the snakes? So you see, it's occult, right? Motherfuckers don't even know what they looking at. Don't even know what they're looking at. But that's how it's supposed to be. Hidden in plain sight. All right? Well, I think that Pope picture was not hidden in plain sight, but y'all understand. Controversial. It's all controversial to make you like, yo, what the fuck is that? Why do you got the Pope with the devil shit? Because that's what the Pope really is in real life. Easy. So that's all I've been doing. That's all I've been doing. And building altars, designing clothes. You get what I'm saying? Again, getting into the goddamn voodoo, right? Opening up portals, babies. Regular. Am I selling these? This is all exclusive right now. It's all exclusive. Now, locally, I am. You know, like, 'cause I got people at the job. They see the shit, they're like, yo, so I didn't gave out mad shirts, mad hoodies locally. But like online, not yet. Cause I wanted it to pop off locally. Like, I'm like, yo, if the locals accept it, then the world is gonna accept it. I'm like, I gotta start in my own city first, right? If the people accept it, nah, I'm with it. So they accepted the anti-super user joints with the shirts. I think there's one here. I don't even know if y'all saw this one. Right? See that anti-super user? This is real Cali right here. I don't know if y'all seen that one. God damn it. Yeah. You ain't gonna see that nowhere else. All exclusive. So, now do I have a website and am I selling it? Nah. But maybe if you hit me privately, I may be able to hook you up, but you have to contact me directly. There's no website to go to. This is just all exclusive. Again, it's not for the money, right? Could I make money for it? Sure, but I'm not even profited. Like if I make somebody a shirt, if I make somebody a hoodie, if I make somebody a sweatshirt, I'm charging them less than what it costs to make it, right? If it costs 40 to make, I'm probably going to charge them 35. So I take a loss. I'm not even gaining off of it, but that's what I was saying when I first came in. I'm like, it ain't about the business. It ain't about that, right? I'm doing it because that's what people resonate with, right? So now I'm giving people hoodies, and they want to wear the hoodies damn near every day. I'm seeing them with the hoodies every damn day. Why? Because it resonates with them. Like some people are really into Guadalupe. I made a hoodie for somebody. I put Guadalupe on it, big ass Guadalupe, and they're like, yo, they love it because that's what they're into. So I'm not telling people, okay, you got to be into this, you got to be into that. I'm like, yo, I'm asking people, what do you want on the hoodie? Oh, I want Guadalupe. I want Santa Morte. I want this, I want that. I put what they want on the hoodie. So when they wear it, they feel like I feel when I wear it, right? but I had to put it in their face for them to know it, right? So that's what that is. I just put it in people's face. They're like, oh shit. They don't ever ask me what store you got this from. They already know, like, yo, you ain't get this from no damn store. You goddamn right, they ain't come from no goddamn store. It ain't nothing generic about it. This is all exclusive. Will I sell them eventually? Probably, but right now, again, it ain't even about the profit. I ain't even trying to profit off of it. It's just a lifestyle, right? It's just what I do anyway. I'm just taking it to new levels. Again, we've been doing this. I'm just taking it to new levels. I just had to see, like, yo, how powerful is my influence? Because we can think what we are. We can think we're all the way up here egotistical wise, but what the fuck does the shadow say? Right? So I'm like, I ain't about to get big headed about it. I'm like, yo, let me just wear my art and then see how the people respond. And the people was responding like, yo, I need something made. I need this made. I need this made. I'm like, all right, cool, I got you. I done made Scorpio shirts. Fuck, should I show y'all this shit? I might as well show y'all this. I ain't even want to show you. I really be, all right, fuck it. Let me just do it. God damn it. I ain't even supposed to be showing y'all this shit. I don't even see it. It's still in the package. I ain't even opened this one yet. I made this for someone else. I ain't even opened it yet. I'm about to open it right now in front of you though. Just so y'all know how exclusive this is. I was just gonna give it to them still wrapped up. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Let me show y'all. Fuck it. So y'all know how real this shit is. Another hoodie. They said they needed all type of symbols on this bitch. Here we go. This is my first time even looking at it. I ain't even looked at it. Look at this. Make sure. There we go. See that? They was like, I need symbols on that bitch. I need this, I need that, I need that, I need these numbers. So you see numbers, you see symbols, right? 444, butterflies, yin yang. Yeah. Evil eye. Hannah Fatima or the Hamza. Yeah. All right then. All right then. All right then. God damn it. Right? You can't buy that shit in stores. They're like, yo, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this. Fuck it, I'll put it all on the hoodie. So you see, it's getting more advanced. That's probably the most advanced one I've made. See, the other ones you see were just this. But this one, they were like, yo, I want this, I want this. They wanted 12 different emblems on it. I'm like, fuck it, I'll put all 12 on them. Right? That's just what that is. So you see, I'm just getting more advanced, right? Just get more advanced. So you see that shit is dope as fuck, right? It ain't nothing. I can charge like $50 for that if I really wanted to. Cause it's custom. Maybe one day though, right? Just so for now, it's just exclusive. But yeah, I wasn't even supposed to be showing y'all that. But that's the type of time I've been on though, right? And we get more events. It's just more events. So I'm like, yo, let me just rock it on my chest now. I'll be doing all this shit on YouTube. Let me take it into the real world, see how the people really react. And then the people was like, yo, I need that. And because I'm always just putting it in their face. I'm like, yo, okay, I got you. And then I'm gonna take a loss for it. So like, I'm not gaining nothing from it other than the satisfaction that they got something that they really wanted. And then they rock it with pride because that's them. So you say, I ain't trying to bring people over here, okay, you need to rock this, you need to rock that. I'm like, no, I'll put whatever you want on the goddamn hoodie or on the shirt. I'll put whatever you want, whatever you resonate with. You ain't got to resonate with anything I got going on. It could be exactly what you're already into, right? Just have that versatility. That's all I've been doing. Just, taking the artistry to new levels. And, yeah, of course, putting a cork with it, hiding it in plain sight. So you can rock whatever you want to rock without people really even understanding what you're even demonstrating, right? Which I feel is what the fuck we supposed to be doing anyway, right? But I always know I gotta be the example, right? I can't expect nobody else to do it, so I gotta do it. So that's what I've been doing. Let me do it. So that's what I'm gonna continue to do. I'm gonna continue to come up with new designs, cause all this shit costs. Again, none of this shit is free. I pay monthly for these things, right? I got the whole Adobe subscription, which is stupid amounts every month. So I'm paying every month to be able to do this. So none of this shit is free, right? So not only am I taking a loss from the hoodie, I got to pay monthly to have all this shit to even be able to do it, right? Again, the same thing with the Pro Tools. Everything I do is like it's a monthly charge. None of this shit is for free. Which I'm like, oh, that's why most people ain't doing it, because you got to pay for it. It ain't free. When motherfuckers got to pay for shit, they get weird about that shit. I'm like, that's why motherfuckers don't get to these levels, right? I had to get over it, right? I'm like, all right, I gotta pay every month to be able to do this shit, right? But it ain't a lot of people that's willing to do that, and it's hefty. It's hundreds of dollars every month. I'm paying hundreds just to be able to do this artistic shit. Again, whether it's music, whether it's again the art, the artistry, the astrology, like I'm paying monthly, all this shit, right? So I just had to come to the realization. I'm like, I ain't supposed to come at YouTube asking nobody for nothing. I just need to get in my goddamn self, right? Because some people come to YouTube, they're trying to make the YouTube check. I'm like, nah. That come with boundaries. Because the moment you start doing shit YouTube don't like, now they don't want to push the videos. Now they want to demonetize you. I ain't got to worry about all that. You think I'm worried about being demonetized? I'll show anything on this goddamn video. You see, I'll be showing the alcohol. I'm showing the goddamn vape pens. I'm showing shrooms. I'll show a goddamn gun. People be doing full reviews on guns. I can show a goddamn gun. So the fuck what? What the fuck YouTube gonna do? Delete the video? No, they're not gonna delete the video. But when you get a YouTube check, you gotta consider things. I'm like, I'm tired of considering shit. I ain't trying to consider nothing. Right? But that's just me, right? I'm like, let me take the loss. I'm okay with the L. I don't need to be YouTube famous and trying to get a check. I don't give a fuck about my. Let me just boss up in the real world. Fuck that YouTube shit. Let me boss up in the real world, then bring it to YouTube instead of it being the other way around. That's all I've been doing. I'm like, let me just boss up in the real world so I can just show you all this shit. You see all these goddamn pairs of shoes? I had to go through 5, 6, 7 different work boots and all type of shit. Right? Till I got to the right pair. I had to go through all. So it's just stacks on stacks on stacks. A bag full of clothes, all type of shit. So that's all. I just been bossing up in the real world. Right? Leveling up. Shit, even at the job, I'm like, I'm in charge of the whole goddamn system. That's what I do. I'm not just working. I'm just an anonymous person. I'm at the front. I'm at the desk. I'm making sure everything is running properly. I am you can say the alchemist. I have to make sure the shit doesn't blow the fuck up. I have to keep everything balanced. So you say I have the hardest job where I work. I don't have the easiest job. I have the hardest job. If anything go wrong, it's my fault. So I have to take the full responsibility, right? But I'm like, that's what I'm supposed to be doing, right? I ain't supposed to be somewhere trying to just get a paycheck and go home. I'm like, no, if anything go wrong, I have to correct it. I have to be responsible. I have to explain this shit, right? It's on me to make sure this shit runs smooth or this shit is gonna go to hell. So I have the responsibility level is all the way at the top instead of all the way at the bottom, which most people I work with, they don't want the goddamn responsibility. They're just trying to get their check and go home. Why? Because they got a whole other life at home. Motherfuckers going home to kids and shit, wives, husbands, boyfriends, girlfriends, pets. So it's like they can't really dedicate the fullness of themselves to the job or their career. Because they got way too much other shit going on at home. So they can only give a certain amount of energy to the job. That's what I see. That's majority of the people, right? And it ain't just my job. I'm sure it's all fucking jobs. People just got their life is not in order. They don't have their life in order enough to be able to take on more responsibilities. And I didn't really understand this shit until I actually was working a 9 to 5. Cause y'all see, majority of the time I wasn't working a 9 to 5. Majority of my time on YouTube, it was just me being an artist. I was just a struggling artist, right? I didn't even understand and comprehend why even people like why do people even work jobs at all, especially if you half-ass. And what's the point of half-assing at a job that's paying you? But as we see, that's what people do all the time, right? Why half-ass to the company that's paying you to survive? Because their mathematics is not on point. I'm like, yo, if these motherfuckers is paying me, I might as well give it my all because they're paying me. It's not like I'm here for free. But again, it's you can't put that into a person because they're still fucking tricksters. They're still trying to figure out ways to get over, to cheat the clock, as they say, right? They're still trying to commit time theft. How can I still get paid for doing the least? I'm figuring, how do I get paid doing the most? Every time I come home, I'm drenched in sweat and all type of shit, right? I'm like, damn, this is why they fucking paid me, huh? I'm not ever coming home just the same way like I walked out the house. I gotta come home and take a whole nother goddamn shower. So I'm taking 2 goddamn showers. I gotta take a shower before work and I gotta take a shower after work. So I gotta have 2 goddamn showers just to feel normal. That's what the fuck I'm doing, right? Don't let it be summertime. I got maybe 3 damn showers. But you know, we're going into the fall now, so we ain't gotta talk about that. But as y'all see, I had this same mentality before I even stepped into the 9 to 5. Y'all saw this same hustle with the YouTube. That's why I was able to produce over 1,000 pieces of content, right? Which is fucking unusual. That's not usual. That's very unusual. So I'm like, if I take this same energy, if I take this same perspective into the corporate world, I should be able to shoot the fuck up. That's what's been going on, right? But I'm just showing you the fruits of the labor, right? I'm just showing you the fruits of the labor. What means the most to me, again, is the artistry. Why my sun is conjunct my Venus, which is also conjunct my Pluto. So my sun, my Venus, and my Pluto are all expressing themselves as one. Hence, why I have an artistic taste of, again, the controversial, the dead being resurrected in a new form. That's all I'm showing y'all, right? I'm showing y'all the demon with angel wings, right? The middle path. So everything I've been saying, I just apply it to the corporate world and just dominate, right? Not that I'm just better than everybody else. I'm just willing to learn. I'm willing to go into the shadow to learn. I don't allow my ego to inflate me, which is what I see with a lot of the other leaders. Motherfuckers become leaders and then they get lazy because you really don't have to be the one doing all the work because your work now becomes mental. So you need to push yourself mentally now when you become a leader instead of trying to push yourself physically. So I'm pushing myself mentally to the max in real time in the real world, and that's why I'm able to show you all this shit, right? Just not fucking around. Just like I haven't ever been fucking around, right? Let's see. So that's all it is. That's all I've been doing. 2025, what is the 25th path on the Kabbalah? 2025, what is the 2025 vibes? Well, what is the 25th path in the Kabbalah? Easy. That's all. That's really all. What's the 20th path? Why people don't think like this, I have no idea. Because they consider themselves spiritual, but they ain't even thinking like that. Separate the 20 and the 25. What is it? What is the 20th path? What is the 25th path? Easy. The ancestors already gave us a game. It's just about applying it. You can't gain an understanding without applying it in real time. That's all. All we're doing is applying what we already know in real time. That's the wisdom. Knowledge becomes wisdom when you are applying it in real time. Then you get an understanding of what's real and what's not. From that understanding, it gives you a culture, a way of life. Let me continue to do the things that work. My culture is based on doing the things that work. And when you do the things that work, that's where you gain power. Your power comes from doing the things that actually work for you, not for what works for somebody else, what works for you. That's how you gain your internal powers. Then, from gaining those eternal powers, that allows you to be equal in all of your 12 houses. Meaning you know how to balance all your houses in astrology, in your natal chart, in your progress chart, in your solar return chart, and your lunar return chart. You know how to balance all of these houses, which is all the aspects of your life, the 12 aspects of your life. You know how to balance them. Equality. And from that balance of all 12 of those ciphers, then you become the god. Then you become the goddess. It's just supreme mathematics. And when you are operating from the perspective of God or goddess, you're able to build or destroy. You're able to build on the things that are useful and destroy the things that are not useful. That's basically being a boss, right? When you are the CEO, when you are the boss, you have to build on what's working properly, and you have to destroy what is no longer working properly. You're basically, that's what it is to be a boss. You're constantly looking at what works and what's not working. How do you correct what's working, and how do you leave alone what's not working? Then you go into the born, which is the resurrection. That's a 9, right? You go into the 9, the resurrection. So once you're building and destroying, the result of that is a resurrection or new life. That's how you're able to go to new levels. Then you start again. Because the 0 is a cipher. That's the 360 degrees. When you resurrect from the old way to the new ways, now you're seeing all of the 360 degrees of the zodiac. Because we are all of the degrees. I can say all day, well, I'm a Scorpio because I was born in November, but so I'm not supposed to acknowledge none of the other zodiac signs? When I got a sun, a moon, a Mercury, a Venus, a Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, I'm just supposed to only acknowledge my sun sign? Like I don't have houses? Like I don't have a first house, second house, third house, fourth house, fifth house, so on and so forth? Like none of that other shit matter. I'm just supposed to focus on my sun sign? What sense does that make? I had to focus on all 360 degrees. That's how I know where my power is, where my weakness is. That's how I'm able to structure, which is what we're supposed to be doing. You can structure your life by understanding all dimensions of your energy. Your vortexes, your energy vortexes that we call chakras. Chakras are also called planets. Do you understand your chakras via your planets? What is the nature of your planets, which gives you an idea of the nature of your chakras, and are you able to balance those, which is already within you? It's already happening within you. You just have to acknowledge, can you balance it? That's how we evolve and then resurrect and become reborn as a Christ. All right? The Christ is just you acknowledging all of it, not some of it, all of it. I'm not just going to acknowledge what people see me as, which is the ascendant. Because only you see your sun sign. The people see your ascendant, which is your persona, which is your personality, which is how you relate to your immediate environment and your surroundings. That's your ascendant. That's not even your sun sign. Which people even get that shit confused. It's like, all right, your sun sign don't have shit to do with nobody else but you. That's how you see yourself. That's your soul. That's when you look out into the world, that's how you see it. That's the lens you see things through. But when people are looking towards you, they see the ascendant, right? So if I'm a Scorpio with a Virgo ascendant, people are going to see me as a Virgo. They're not going to see me as a Scorpio. They're going to see the hermit. But when I look out into the world, I see through the lens of death, the 13th degree of the major arcana. That's what we got to understand, right? That's why the tarot is here to guide us through what all these fucking planets mean, right? But you see, you need everything. People just separate it. The numerology is separate from the astrology, which is separate from the Kabbalah. But it's all together, right? But people want to separate this shit. Why? Because they don't want to do the hard work. It's hard work to do this shit, right? Just because I make this shit easy don't make it look, it's not hard, right? It's not hard if you really want it. I just really wanted it because I had to get it, because it was either that or I died. That's what made me different than everybody else. I had to get this shit, otherwise I was going to die in the streets, which y'all seen, right? If I didn't have this shit on point, I would have died. So it was survival for me. Everybody else, they just doing it when they get free time. I'm like, yo, if I don't learn something every day, I'm not going to make it. So that's why I had to have all this shit on cap. That's why you never see me looking at notes. I'm like, I had to have this memorized. It was just life or death. It was always that. So now, I'm able to just go up and up, because I'm like, yo, it's just not hard. It just, people don't have that passion. They're not passionate about it. You got to be passionate about it. That's all it is. I just so happen to be passionate about it because while my fucking life was on the line, I'm like, oh, do I just stop and die? Or do I keep going? No matter how deep I'm going into the underworld, I need to continue to go until I reach the bottom. Everybody ain't trying to do that, right? Because what do people call that, rock bottom? I've seen rock bottom, just like y'all seen it, right? Y'all seen me at rock bottom. Have you not? Of course you did. But did I stop? Did I give up? Did I change my ways? Like, you know what? I need to just give my life over to Christ. This is not the right path. Let me leave all this occult shit alone and let me get on the right path. Did y'all see any of that shit? Nope. So even the times where I should have did that shit, I still didn't do it. Again, it was times I didn't have no money in my pocket, nowhere to lay my head. I know how it feels to be out in freezing weather and you just gotta fucking take that shit. I know how that shit feels. I've been there, done that, right? That's why I don't even like being out in the cold now. That should be giving me trauma. I'm like, God damn, I remember when I just had to take this goddamn weather, there was nowhere to go. I know how that shit, like, so I done been in rock bottom. I didn't give up though. That's the whole point though, man. Did I switch? Did I change up? Did I get on my knees and fucking pray? Nope. I'm like, I need to go all the way to the bottom. Then when I hit that bottom, then I can start moving in a different direction, which is basically what I did, right? I had to go all the way to the depths. Then y'all seeing now. So that's what we're supposed to be doing though. Am I telling you that's what you need to do? Nope. But you had to go to the bottom of your own base chakra so that you can access Patala, the Patala chakras. That's why people don't talk about the Patala chakras, which is from the base of your spine all the way down to your feet. They only want to talk about from the base of the spine all the way up to the head. They don't want to talk about the chakras from the base to your feet, the Patala chakras. They don't want to talk the same way they don't want to talk about the clip off. They can talk about the Kabbalah all they want. They don't want to talk about the clip off. There would be no Kabbalah without the clip off. Just like there would be no upper chakras without the Patala chakras. But nobody wants to talk about the Patala. But you know, that's why all this shit is fake to me, honestly. That's why I don't listen to nobody. Like, I don't go to YouTube trying to figure out what people, I don't give a fuck about what nobody got to say about none of this spiritual shit, because it's not real to me. I'm like, why you leaving certain shit out? Why you only talking about the good shit? I'm like, so it's like, I don't see them on this type of time, on that type of time, on that type of time. I'm like, I'm not seeing it. So I'm like, I don't give a fuck what nobody talking about, right? Because it's incomplete. Whatever system they work with is incomplete because they just stay in a little ass bubble. They're not trying to, okay, I need to connect more pieces. Y'all see, I've been doing this shit from the very beginning. I need to connect all these pieces. Numerology needs to be connected with astrology, which needs to be connected with the Kabbalah, which needs to be connected to the clip off or the Sitra Akra. How do you not know about the Sitra Akra? Like, that's not mandatory. You need to know this shit, right? That's why you see majority of my channel, I've been talking about all type of dark ass shit. Just to show how necessary it is to know this shit. If you're trying to master your shadow, if you're trying to master your demons, how do you master your demons? You don't even understand the nature of your demons. You don't even understand the nature of your jinn. We all have a personal jinn. How do you understand your jinn and you don't know the nature of your jinn? Because you don't want to study the Citra Akra. You don't want to study the Palo Mayombe, tapping into Santa Muerte and El Cristo Negro. You don't want to study that. Like, so people just they pick and choose. So that's why I don't even fuck with YouTube on that level, honestly. Like if you look at the type of shit I watch, I just watch ASMR to calm myself, to relax myself. I'm just listening to beats, picking beats to make the music. I don't have nothing spiritual. Like that all that shit is fake to me. Hold on. So that's why I be popping up, popping out. I'm like, I don't have nothing to do with that shit at all. So that's what that is. Hold on. Make sure this is working. Y'all see, we've been on here fucking 81 minutes. And I ain't even cracked this open. Hold on, let me make sure everything is still good. Yeah, there it is. I ain't even took a hit of the vape. Right? Hold on. But that's what it is, though. You know, it's I'm just. I don't even know if I showed y'all San Simon though. Have I shown y'all? No, y'all probably didn't even see that shit. I got a whole altar of it. I ain't even. All right, fuck it. Let me just show you, right? For anybody who think this shit is a game, you see, I have to continue to prove this shit. Hold on. Let me show you the San Simon. Let me show you the Jesus Maverte. Shit that motherfuckers don't even want to touch. I'll show you right now, though. I'll show you right now. I'll show you exactly what's on the altar. Hold on. I'm going to get it right now. All right. So, what you see here is, for anybody who's familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? The fuck does this have to do with anything, right? What that say? San Simon. You see that? San Simon. All right, you see that? You see that cigarette in his mouth? And you see that alcohol at his feet? You see that? You see that alcohol at his feet, that cigarette in his mouth, and that money bag? All right then. All right then. God damn it. So hints. All right. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, all right? Then Jesus Mervade. Oh. See that weed plant? See that weed plant? All right then. You see the money? You see the money? That's the Pablo before the Pablo. See, everybody know Pablo, but they don't know. If you ain't been to Mexico, you don't even know who this is. Right? It's a plan. All right then. All right then. All right. To take it a step further. Take it a step further. We got Big Billy. We got Big Billy. Most people are familiar with this. But they didn't know. Do you see the similarities? Do you see the similarities? This is the new this. That's how deities work. They change form. The modern San Simon, Billy. All right then. How do I know that? It came to me in a dream. That's how I know. I didn't read that shit in a book. I did a ritual for San Simon, and he came to me in the form of Billy, but the feminine form. I'm like, oh shit, that shit is one. It came to me in a dream though. That shit, I ain't had to read no fucking book for that. Spirit revealed that shit directly to me. Then you like, yo, what the fuck does this got to do with anything? Because this, you want to play a game? The original Yami, not the American Yami. The manga, not the anime, the manga. That's what this is. Playing those games that traumatize you. That's what this is. So they're all the same energy. And how does magic work? Correspondence. Correspondence. That's what get that magic going. When you have an altar, how do you get that altar working? Correspondence. That's why I'm showing you the same energy in different form. This is how that shit works. To take it a step further, take it a step further. Take it a step further. Exactly. The shadow games. Exactly. Exactly. So you see how I'm showing you the same energy in different forms? I'm showing you how this shit really works for those who are paying attention. Money Man? Monopoly Man? All right then. Showing you the same thing in different forms. And we hidden in plain sight though. Hidden in plain sight. All right then. So all these, exactly. What does Billy have to do with Yami? Shadow games. Shadow games. So if you're not willing to play shadow games, how the fuck you supposed to know what your shadow is? You think your shadow is going to be nice? You have to go through shadow games, which basically what y'all was seeing me go through. That's my whole channel was shadow games. That's why I had to go through what I had to go through, shadow games. Are you going to survive or what? Because if you do survive, you're going to be reborn. But those who survived the shadow games was reborn. You had to go through death and be reborn. I had to go through my own shadow games. I just put it on camera. That's all that is. So that's why I'm showing y'all this shit. How real this is. You see, I'm really with this shit for real, which y'all should already know that, right? But I'm just giving y'all the real shit. If you gonna do this shit, because these can become vices, right? People love having the fucking cigarettes. People love the alcohol. But as you see, this shit is almost full, right? So you see, I ain't even been just sipping on this shit like that, right? I mix this shit up with my blends, right? Because my diet is real light at this point. I'm really only mainly eating fruits and veggies. And if I do eat meat, it's just fish. So most of the time, I have a blender. Fruits, veggies. Then I put the tequila in that motherfucker. And there it is, right? That's how my lifestyle is. I'm probably as clean as I ever been, right? Because I'm not eating crazy. Fruits, veggies. Meat, fish, I keep it simple, right? I ain't doing all this extra shit. So it's over with, yeah, for that red meat. You already knew I didn't fuck with the pork, so it was just sometimes the beef, but it's over with for that. It's over with for the chicken. I ain't doing none of that shit no more. So We just evolving though. Also, make sure it's white tequila, not the color tequila. All right? It's a difference. From my perspective, the color tequila, like, it just makes my stomach hurt. Like, especially like if you drink on an empty stomach, we know how alcohol works for the drinkers out there. You start drinking with no food on your stomach, it's gonna upset your stomach. I don't experience that with the Blanco. I don't experience that with the Blanco tequila, but I will experience with the color tequila, the dark tequila. So I keep it Blanco, which is white, which is just a transparent tequila. I just keep it smooth, right? Again, 100% agave. All right? See, that says 100% agave. Not 90, not 80, 100%. So if you're going to do this shit, you might as well do it correctly. That's my only thing. If you're going to do it, if you're going to participate in shadow games, you might as well do it to the point where it's not fucking your ass up. Right? So that's why I do this shit in front of you. Cause I'm not here to hide shit. I'm literally showing you like, yo, this is the real shit. For real, right? I even got the sigil of San Simon somewhere. I think it's in my wallet. But we ain't gotta go through all that, so that's why I'm showing y'all what I'm showing y'all, right? So if you see this with deities, cigarette in the mouth with the alcohol, what the fuck does that mean? But we already know, according to especially American history, they stayed with the tobacco, they stayed with the weed, they stayed with the alcohol to connect with the spirit plane, not to get drunk, not to get high, to connect with the spirit plane, which is what we're supposed to be fucking doing. If you're gonna do it, you might as well do it to connect with something higher or something lower. Most people just do this shit just to feel good, trying to escape. They use it as a form of escapism, trying to forget their problems and all type of shit, right? Life should just be beating their ass. So they don't have time or the proper intentions to open up no portals because they're trying to escape some shit that's going on. Like I said earlier, motherfuckers be having way too much going on in their life. Their life is chaos. There's way too much going on. But I've been through that, right? Like, so you didn't seen everything I've been through, so it's like I know exactly how that is. It's like it's way too much going on until you are ready to stabilize it. So when I was ready to stabilize it, it was stabilized. All right? What's up, Lay J? I've been trying to tell people these things all the time, especially this year. They don't want to believe me. Study questioning shit. Fuck them. All right? Never seen that shit because people don't show it. That's the whole thing. That's why I got to do it. You would think, why do I got to show you all this shit? If it's all these spiritual people on YouTube, why the fuck I got to show you this shit? Right? You should be seeing this shit all the time. But for whatever reason, motherfuckers just is in their little ass bubble. Again, but that's why I can't fuck with it, right? You will not ever see me watching no spiritual shit or no person on YouTube. It's just, well, I just been here longer, right? That's just what it come down to. I've been here longer, right? Like I keep telling you, I've been on YouTube since YouTube existed. So, and y'all see, I've been spiritual since I've been a teenager. So I was already spiritual before people even had the idea of what spirituality was. I was studying astrology at 16. All right, so I was before YouTube, before any of this shit. I was already on this shit before it was cool, right? I was already getting put out because I was fucking with tarot decks. And people was like, yo, you were devil worshiper. I already been through all that before this shit was cool. Like nowadays, you know, people probably don't have that same energy, but I'm talking about 10, 15 years ago. That's the type of shit I had to go through. Everything that I'm doing now was not cool. right? There was no YouTube videos to support it, so it ain't like people were more open. People were still fucking closed-minded. When I started getting into this shit, they didn't want to hear nothing about nothing. People are a little bit more open-minded now, but you see, they're still limited. Again, they're not showing you that real shit like I just showed you, right? Because it's like, do you really expect them to do that shit? Honestly. If a person come to you saying that they're a Christian, then don't expect no Islam from them. And spirituality just people tend to put that into everything. Well, if you're spiritual, that means you went to everything, but we clearly see that's not the truth. Just because people are spiritual don't mean they embrace everything, because clearly they don't. Right? They just stick to whatever the fuck they're into. Which is nothing wrong with that. You're just not getting the full story. So with just certain things you're just not gonna be able to catch because you don't know. How the fuck would you know Monopoly Man is San Simon, which is an Aztec deity, which is pre-Columbian. So before any Europeans was over here via Columbus, San Simon existed, Santa Muerte existed, and they was not able to kill them. These are spirits that outlived slavery. When people came in trying to wipe your whole culture away from you, trying to take everything away from your language, your culture, everything. That's what happened, right? Everything was taken away. But some spirits were just too powerful to destroy. Like Santa Muerte, like Jesus Mabrate, like San Simon, and others. Cali, right? Some spirits were too, you couldn't destroy it. You think if they could, they would have. Of course they would have. They just didn't have because they were hidden or they were concealed. And when laws began to change, then they were able to be revealed again. That's how it goes, right? Like, oh, these motherfuckers coming to destroy everything. Okay, we're going to pack up. We're going to move this. We're going to hide it for hundreds of years. And when that shit is cool to be released, we're going to release it. That's how we've been doing it, right? That's why we constantly discovering new shit. You go to Egypt, they still finding new tombs, new artifacts. All the time, it's new stuff being discovered because it had to be hidden away because when a certain regime changes, certain shit ain't gonna be cool no more. If you go from a pagan regime to a monotheistic regime, they don't want nothing to do with those pagan gods. They just worried about their one god. So your pagan shit is gonna be destroyed because they're not pushing paganism no more. They pushing monotheism. That's what most religions are pushing, monotheism. So they don't care about no pagan shit. They don't care about the mythology. They don't care about the many gods and the many goddesses. That's not what they push. They pushing one god, and then that god is male, which to me just seems ridiculous. Like, wait a minute. So we got the mother plane, we got the mother earth. Everything is feminine. Like everything ancient is feminine. So the stars is represented by Nuit or Nu, a goddess, right? So how did a monotheistic god become masculine when we go back, everything goes to the mother? The oldest gods on this planet is goddesses. Hence Santa Muerte. Hence Cali. They have no birth date. People don't know how long Cali been on this planet. Or Kalima, for those who call her Kalima, Cali or Kalima. Nobody know how long Santa Muerte been on this planet. Nobody know how long Kai Belly been on this planet. The oldest gods are goddesses. That's just facts, right? Batman goes back to Aztec too, because everything do. All they did was take away your culture, study it, and then give it back to you in the form of movies and Marvel comics, DC comics, anime, manga, all they did was take it away from you and sell it back to you in their form. They didn't invent none of that shit. All that, yes, is the attributes of the gods and the goddesses that they concealed from you and just sold back to you, right? My first girlfriend was Islam, or basically Muslima. My first girlfriend was Muslima. I met a lot in 2017, observing Ramadan. Yeah, try to talk to Muslims about a lot. Good luck with that. Because to them, that comes from the satanic verses. The satanic verses mention the three goddesses, the triple goddess, right? This idea of a triple goddess, nobody knows how long that's been around, but it has clearly been around, that triple goddess. You're going to find it in the Hindu religions. You're going to find it in the Islamic religion. And then in Christianity, it became the Holy Trinity. But before the Holy Trinity, you had the triple goddess. So we have always been seeing this same reoccurring theme. Alot, Al-Uzza, and Manat, the triple goddess. But you try to talk to any Christian about that, you try to talk to any Muslim, you're going to have a hard time. But you're not supposed to be talking to them about that. That's the whole thing. Fuck them. Not fuck them as people, as individuals. Let's fuck the mentality that they want to stay in their own little bubble, because that's what the 85 is. 85, 10, 5. 85% of this population is just blind, deaf, and dumb. Elijah Muhammad already told us this, right? 10% of this population, they know the truth, but they're going to conceal it from you. Then 5% know the truth and will reveal it to you. We already know the mathematics, so it's like, that's why I said this channel was not for the public. These videos are not for the public. Yes, the public can tune in, but that's why I be putting all this shit. As soon as they see this, they're like, okay, they're going to click off. That's why I do this shit like that. As soon as they see something that rubs in the wrong way, they're going to get the fuck on, which is what they're supposed to be doing, right? The only people that can withstand this is the people that are open enough to take in everything. They are universal, which is the 21st degree of the major arcana. So it's not odd. That's the last degree in the major arcana, is Tav, the universe, the world. That's the last degree, not the first. It's the last degree. So that means most people don't get to that degree. That's the highest degree. That's the most secret of secrets. That's why it's called the universe. Most people ain't gonna ever get to those chambers. Most people are what? Fools. Just worshiping, just whatever the fuck they heard, whatever this was been in their family, they're fools. They don't even make it to the level of the magician. So how the fuck do you expect them to make it to the level of the universe? They haven't became magicians yet. They're still fools. Meaning they're led by things they don't understand, which is what they call God. God is everything they can't comprehend, they don't understand, so they're fools. That's the first degree. We all start off as fools, being guided or led by things we don't understand. And then when we have a desire to understand it, we become magicians. Right? When you gain a desire, like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Because that's what happened to me. I tell y'all this, I don't know how many times I said this shit. I would not be here if it wasn't for the Egyptian gods speaking through me, and I don't know. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why did Asar speak through me? And I'll look it up on Google. It's the Egyptian god of the dead. How the fuck did that just happen? It didn't say Osiris. It said Asar. I'm like, what the fuck is this? If it would have said Osiris, I'm like, oh, that's the Egyptian god of the dead. But it said Asar. So I didn't know Asar was the Kemetic word for Osiris. That ain't no shit that I read in the book. That shit happened to me. That shit splurted out of me. I'm like, what the fuck was that? Because I automatically Googled it and it was some real shit. So I'm like, damn, what the fuck just came out of me? That was some real shit that I consciously knew nothing about. That came directly from the unconscious mind. But it led me, I'm like, yo, so I had no way to explain how that happened. Nobody's gonna even believe me. Like, oh, okay, some people may believe it, some people may not believe it. But I knew what happened, so I needed to figure out what the fuck was going on. So I had to become a magician. I had to understand the workings of magic. It's just going through those levels of the tarot, right? When you go to the next level, you become the high priestess, which is you then tapping into your feminine side. So the magician is like the masculine side. You're getting all the equations down, the mathematics down, again, the sigils, the symbols. But then you get your intuition on point. You tap into the intuition. You tap into the feminine. That's the high priestess. Then you go to the empress, which now you're taking those intuitive elements along with those magical elements, and now you're applying it to the earth. That's the empress. That's why the empress is Venus. That's you now applying the earth science and the earth magic. How does this relate to the earth now? I see how it relates outside of me and inside of me. How do I take this to the earth? That's why Venus represents shape, form, in our case, sacred geometry. Oh, I can program my subconscious with sacred geometrical figures. Hence, these. This is Veves. I can program my conscious with these. So let me take elements of the earth. Now let me get into my crystals, because crystals could connect you to planets. Herbs connect you to planets. Everything, again, magic is based on correspondence. So then you become one with the earth. Utilizing elements of the earth. Now you're creating altars. Right? So you're taking that intuition with that magicianship, and now you're applying it to the earth, making those altars, making those energy grids, so that you can build a connection with the unseen, which then takes you to the fourth, the emperor. The emperor there represents the fire. You could say the fire spirit, the highest level of the Kabbalah. Absolute. The four worlds of the Kabbalah, the highest level is the fire world. The fire world is absolute. So the emperor, this represents kingship. Kingship, this represents your bloodline. You tap into like, damn, my bloodline is royal. Everybody thinks they're, right? Everybody thinks they're the chosen. But you see the emperor takes you to your bloodline. Like, oh, I come from a royal bloodline. Me just knowing that is cool, but I have to, now I can manifest from something much deeper and bigger than me. Now it's not just me, my ego. Now I need to combine the ego with the shadow, which is the self. I can only have a sense of self by balancing the ego with the shadow. That's the emperor. Right? Then you take it to 6. The lovers. The lovers. You see, this is a story. The masculine and the feminine now need to merge. So you see, now you've been going into your masculine attributes, your bloodline, your mathematics, your science. Then you're going into the feminine, which is the intuition, and then the feminine with the earth magic. Now when the lovers card pops up, now the two, the masculine and the feminine, now become one, which we call the holy guardian angel. That's the holy guardian angel when you combine the two into one, which then takes you to the 7, which is the chariot. The chariot, now astral travel. Now you able to move through this shit like you on wheels. You on your feet, but it feel like you on wheels. Because now you can open up different worlds now. Dream worlds, astral worlds, right? The chariot. Then it takes you into the 8. What's the 8? What's the 8th major arcana? I just want to see like who's really on it. But you see how it's a story? But can't nobody put it to you like that if they don't really know this shit. I can just put it to you because I really know this shit, right? But, you know, I can put it to you in ways can't nobody else put it to you. Because it's in me. It gotta be in you though. So you can see further than what other people see. Because once you get into the level of the chariot, and now you working astrally, now you're seeing things before they happen because everything descends from the astral world, right? If everything descends from the astral world, that's how people become oracles, fortune tellers, right? That's how you're able to be a forecaster, aka be able to see the stars and make predictions. One second here. Then, the labyrinth. The eight, it depends on what tarot deck you have. Because sometimes the eight can either be the lust card or the strength card, or it can be the adjustment card. It depends on what tarot deck you have, right? And what I mean by that is you have 93 and then you have everybody else. So we just want to make that clear. 93 shit is a little different. Everybody else is a little different. So why did 93 shift? Adjustment with lust. Why was that shifted like that? Because that's one of the unique things about the Thoth deck that no other deck has. Those two are switched. Why? Because you see, as we're going through the process, how does that make a difference? But I'll show you. I will show you. Because the actual lust card, the lust card is supposed to be number 8 in traditional tarot decks. It should be the number 8. So, like I just explained, from 0 to 7, from the Fool to the Chariot, that next degree traditionally should be strength. They don't even call it lust, they call it strength. So you can say, like, okay, you go from the Chariot, the astral dynamics, you get your astral dynamics on point. Then that's what gives you strength. However, in the 93 perspective, that becomes adjustment. You go from the Chariot to adjustment, which is Libra, which other cards call it justice. Other decks call it justice. But in Thoth, it's adjustment. So just so nobody's confused, the justice card. So from that perspective, you going from the Chariot to adjustment, which is mental adjustment. Once you gain insight into the astral world and astral dynamics, it's fucking chaos that you need to adjust. The Chariot just gives you access to it. It gives you access to the doors, but once you go through the doors, you like, what the fuck is this? It don't give you strength. Because you don't even understand what the fuck is going on yet. You're just getting your feet in the door. Just because you have your feet in the door don't mean you understand everything that's going on. So you're not going to gain strength from the Chariot. The next step would then have to be adjustment. You have to level it all out. Equalize it first. Then you got to go through the Hermit. So you go from adjustment, mental adjustment of the astral dynamics, into the Hermit, which is Virgo, which is the guardian or the guide into the underworld. So you got the astral dynamics on point. You say you got the heavens on point. But then through the Virgo wants to take you through the 9 levels of hell. Dante's Inferno with Virgil, right? Dante's Inferno, Virgil. Virgil is the Virgo, the Hermit, with the 3-headed dog gazing into the universe through the Orphic egg. Anyway, Virgo or Virgil then takes you to the 9 levels of hell, which is your own shadow. So the heavens through the chariot, but then the Virgo takes you through the hells. And only then do you gain strength. You see why it was necessary to switch those out? All right then. So once you got that on point, the heavens and the hell, then you gain strength, aka lust. A lust for life. You're like, okay, I understand the bottom and the top. Now I know how I need to go about it because I got a full picture now. See how that works? Then you go into the 12th degree, which is the hanged man or the hanged woman. So now that you understand the hanged man, that's the energy of Neptune. Neptune is what the law of reversal. That's why the hanged man is inverted. He's not hanging upward, he's hanging, or she's hanging upside down. I mean, okay, I have to approach things upside down, which Aleister Crowley called the law of reversal. That's where he gets that from, the law of reversal, which you see the Ankh, which represents life, is inverted in that particular card. You say inverted Ankh. Just like devil worshippers or Satanists, Luciferians, you see they invert the cross, right? An inverted cross. In the Thoth deck, it's an inverted Ankh. So if the upright Ankh represents life, the inverted Ankh then represents death. So through the hanged man or the hanged woman, now you have to be the master of death. Invert the Ankh. See, everybody love that Ankh. I didn't see people with tattoos of the Ankh, rocking the Ankh, but have you ever seen motherfuckers with the inverted Ankh? Okay then. So how deep are they really? How the fuck can you master life without mastering death? That's why Osiris or Asar, that's why you have to go through that before you get to Haru or Horus. You got to go through Osiris. Anyway. Then you get to the 13th degree, which is death. Now that you understand the inverted reality, now you have to come back from death. Right? Now you go through the death card. Now like, okay, now that you understand the law of reversal and you understand death represents a reversal of time. Like when people think of death, they think death is a stillness, a rest in peace. Death is a reversal of time. You're going this way, then in death you go that way. So you're still alive. That's why they say the dead is still living. They just have a different time, a different sense of time. That's why you have arts such as necromancy, which you can commune with the dead. Necromancy is the art of communicating with the dead. How are you able to communicate with something that's no longer living or that's outside of time? It's not that it's outside of time as we understand it, but it's still within all of time. Time goes forward and backwards. So death is you understanding the backwards motion of time. Through understanding the backwards motion of time, are you able to resurrect from the dead? Because you're like, oh shit, I see what's going on. I know how to, same thing Christ did. That's why I say he was dead for 3 days, resurrected on the Sunday. That's him going through that death energy in reverse. I have to be the Lord of the underworld now. I was the Lord of the light on earth, but in death I have to be the Lord of the underworld. Same thing with Osiris. When Osiris is navigating through the underworld, all the demons, as they call demons, that's supposed to fuck you up in the underworld, they let him pass. Like he's royalty. That's the mastery of Osiris, where you're able to navigate the halls of Amenti or the Duat without getting fucked up by these spirits that's made to fuck shit up. That's what's happening to everybody else. But when you are the Osiris, they like, it's basically like going into the hood and you good. If you go into the hood and you are not good, it's going to be dangerous for you. But if you are in alignment with those spirits, you ain't got nothing to worry about. If anything, you can benefit from them. they will give you game that they otherwise wouldn't give to somebody else who's not supposed to be over. It's the same thing. Basically, what people say, I'm good in any hood. That's what the fuck that means. You are the Osiris, you're going through the energy of death. Because that's what gangs and cults, they feed off what the energy of death. So when you become the death master, how would they not respect you when that's their whole culture? It's a whole death culture. So if you are the master of death, that means how you go right in. You're good in any hood. Because all hoods have what in common? Death. If all hoods have death in common, if you are the master of death, you're good in every hood, right? Which then takes you to the 14th degree. Well, the 15th degree in reality, but the 15th card, the number 15 on it. Well, not 15, 14. Before we get to 15, we got to go through 14, which is the art card. And other tarot decks is the temperance card, which we talked about earlier. 1 foot in this world, 1 foot out this world. Because now that you have mastered death, now you see how this is going. Okay, what does it mean by having 1 foot in this world, 1 foot out this world? And now that we have explained it, now you get it now. I understand the motion of life and the motion of death. I am 1 foot in this world and 1 foot out. You see how it makes sense now? And so the people just saying this shit, and you see, without the process, it don't make any sense. People want to pick and choose, like it's like people picking and choosing Bible verses and shit. Without the full context, you're gonna miss it. So we've always heard that 1 foot in this world, 1 foot out this world, be in the world but not of the world. But if you don't have those previous degrees on point, then you see how it don't mean shit. Right? Now, then we go into the 15th degree, which is the devil card. Because now that you understand art, now that you understand temperance, because that's basically what art is. So that's why the path of the artist is so dark. You get it now? Why is the path of an artist, or why, like, when you try to be an artist, especially nowadays, you try to be a rapper, it's like you got to rap about death. You can't just rap about life, like be a positive rapper. You can, but you gotta mix that shit with some dark shit. That's what it means to be an artist. You gotta mix both worlds. It gotta be alchemy. You have to be the alchemist now. That's why motherfuckers want to talk about their time as a drug dealer or their time as a killer, their time as a scammer or anything of this nature, right? It can't just be all light. It gotta be dark too. That's the path of the artist. So you see, now that we have put everything in perspective, it makes sense now, right? I'm just trying to make this shit make sense, because ain't nobody else gonna fucking do this shit. They're gonna just have you all over the fucking place. That's the path of an artist. So even if you see that's a degree in the tarot. So artist, that's a degree. It's the 15th degree, but the 14th card. Then when you get to the 15th degree, it's the devil. That's why they say all these artists sell their soul to what? The devil? You see how those are both connected? That shit didn't start with Robert Johnson selling his soul to Ishu or to Kalfu, if we want to take it there, because he was the practitioner of voodoo. I'm talking about Robert Johnson, you know, from back then, who started all this shit, right? So it all comes from voodoo. That's why I showed you the voodoo, right? A lot of artists, especially like the Lil Waynes, the Kodak Black, the ones who have the magical pens, they're in tune with that shit, right? Are they not? Kodak is from Florida. Wayne is from New Orleans. Heavy voodoo. And according to mainstream religion, that's some devil shit. But in the tarot, the major arcana, they are right there. What's up, Chief Hart? So the artist being in tune with the devil, or Lucifer, the god of music, is that, you see how it all is there, right there. It's already there. It's just nobody wants to point this shit out, but I'm pointing it out, because that's what the fuck I'm supposed to do, right? I'm doing the right thing, even though you see I'm fucking sipping on the tequila, got the THC, I'm still doing the right thing, right? Okay. So essentially, if you are an artist, you right there with the devil. You have to go through those chambers. So hence, when you observe this channel, that's why we went all the way. You see, I've been all type of devil talk, all type of demonic talk, jinn talk. Then did it all on this channel because I'm an artist first. You see the artistry, but then it's like you got this shit though. That motherfucker is right there. You got to go through that. Then you go to the 16th degree, which is the tower. That's the tower card, right? Which just looks like pure chaos. Because once you go through that and you learn the secrets of the architect of the matrix, that's what that is, the architect of the matrix. Now it destroys your whole world because everybody's like, oh, follow God, follow God, follow God. Then you realize, like, oh, shit. That destroys your whole perspective of what the fuck you think is really going on here. Like, oh, people are really praying to a false God. They're not praying to a real God. They're praying to some false shit. This is business. Okay? So you have your tower moment where everything you thought you knew is destroyed and now you got to rebuild yourself. So after going through that, that's why a lot of people, they start fucking with that. That's, oh, shit started going crazy. Oh, say, well, it's in the tarot already. You start fucking with some shit like that, you're going to experience some fucking chaos. You're going to experience some towerness. It's already written, as you see. I'm just taking you through what's already written. It was already here. You should already know. Okay? You go through your tower moment, or your tower moments, which takes you to the 17th degree, the star. Once you go through your tower moment, now you see the real shit. The only thing left is what? The stars. If the whole earth gets destroyed, the stars remain. That's what that's trying to tell you. Your whole world can fall flat. You can hit rock bottom. You can lose it all. Everybody can die. The stars are still up there, though. Ain't shit gonna happen to the stars. So it gives you a bigger perspective. Like, damn, when it comes to the earth, when it comes to the world, all this is always changing. The stars ain't, though. So it gives you an interest. It gives you an interest in the firmament and what's going on above you, essentially astrology. Right? You're like, okay, all I really have is the stars. I don't have this make-believe God. What I do have in real time is these stars. So maybe I need to go back and study my natal chart. Maybe I need to go back and study how the stars have been influencing me my whole life. And maybe I will gain some perspective over what's really going on here. Till I see myself as a star. Because every man and every woman is a star, right? But you got to go through the tower to get to that point. Everything that you thought you was, all the status quo, I'm this, I'm that, whatever your ego is trying to attach to, all that has to be destroyed in order for you to see your place in the stars. Which then takes you to the 18th card, which is the 19th degree. The moon. Because what illuminates the stars? The moonlight. That's why we can only see the stars at night, when the lunar energy is dominant. We can't see the stars when the sun is dominant. It has to be lunar energy. That's why it's the moon. So the moon is what illuminates the stars in the first place. That allows us to see the stars. So, like, even if the moon is like hidden, like a new moon, you don't see the moon at all. But the energy is still present. That lunar pool is still present, even though you don't see it. So even without seeing the moon, it still has its effect. It still has its influence. The moon takes you to the energy of Pisces, which is the 12th house. which is the house of the unconscious mind or the collective unconscious. That's what the stars is about. Once you gain perspective of the stars, then you begin to see the archetypes, which is the collective consciousness. That's what the gods and the goddesses are. They're archetypes. That's what the moon is showing you. That's why the stars all have shapes, right? That's why the Scorpio constellation is a Scorpio. The Aquarius constellation is, the person pouring the water. Like, it all becomes an archetype, whether it's an animal or a human being. It takes you to mythology. That's the collective unconsciousness, which is the world of the archetypes. So now you begin to see, oh shit, that's what destiny is and fate is. Because you're like, oh, if everything is based off of archetypes, that's why everything is predestined. Everything is predestined based off of its own nature, based off its own archetypal essence. Which then takes you to the 19th degree. With the 19th card, which is the 20th degree. The sun. So once you understand the collective unconsciousness, then it takes you to the sun. Now, the sun doesn't represent ego anymore to you. Now the sun represents illumination, or basically the Illuminati. Now you become the illuminated one, which we call the Christ, because you understand your place in the stars, which then illuminates you. Your divine spark within, that's what triggers your divine spark. So once you find yourself in the stars, now you bring yourself back to the planet Black, to Earth, and you're like, okay, I am a living star. So I'm here to manifest a certain type of intelligence, a certain type of frequency. The frequency of the self, which is a combination of my ego and my shadow. So the self is the ego and the shadow as one. The shadow, again, is the collective unconsciousness, the lunar equations. Then you combine that with the solar equations, the ego, the self. So the sun represents the self, which is you in your complete form, you can say. However, the story is not over yet, because then you got to go through Pluto, which is the judgment card. And Crowley's deck is called the Aeon, which you see, the new Aeon. So once you have a sense of the self, then you acknowledge what Aeon you are in. In our case, we are in the Aeon of Horus. So once you have a sense of who you are, what your star is, then you have a bigger understanding of, okay, what's the collective energy? What's up, Crystal Call? What's going on? What's going on, Finesse? Right? So Lil Wayne did drastically improve out of nowhere, of course, because he's connected to some real shit. But I've been showing y'all what that real shit is. It's already written in the tarot. It's already written in the stars. So the judgment card or the Aeon card is you acknowledging the current Aeon you're in. And when you acknowledge the Aeon, only then do you become the universe. Because now you have a universal perspective. Because now you understand your place and also the place, how you need to function based on the Aeon. Because you're going to function differently in the Aeon of Osiris versus the Aeon of Isis versus the Aeon of Set, which is basically this Aeon is Horus and Set. Set is the hidden influence because Horus and Set, they merge. They don't destroy each other, they merge into one. Horus Set. And there's a deity, like with half of it is Horus, the falcon, and the other half is the Set. That's the Aeon we are in now. So that's you acknowledging the greater energy. You understand your individual energy, now you understand the greater energy. Only then do you become the universe. Because now you are acknowledging the whole story. That's the journey of the tarot. Right? Easy. Has anybody ever broke it down like that? Nope. That's why I be questioning who's really into this shit, right? That's why I be questioning it. I'm like, okay, if you're not speaking like this, how the fuck can you say you a part of this shit? Right? And you see, I'm just doing all this in real time. I didn't study that shit before I started talking about this. Right? I can't remember the last time I even cracked open a book. The books I read now is in different languages. I'm reading Spanish books now, occult Spanish books. I gotta translate the shit. I'm reading books I gotta translate. I ain't even reading the English no more because a lot of shit never even made it to English. A lot of occult works, you gotta go to different languages. Depending on how deep you want to go, I'm just to the point where I can. The English is one thing, but if I want the full perspective, I got to go to the Spanish. I got to go to the French. I got to go to the Russian. I can't just stay at English because the occult is older than the English language. So the English is going to give me a certain perspective, but it ain't going to give me the full. So a lot again. That's why I'm showing y'all Spanish deities, right? Santa Muerte, San Simon. This is all Mexican, Aztec, Spanish. I'm not even supposed to be into this shit. Well, like, what the fuck does this have to do with me? But I found my place in it. Something that apparently didn't have nothing to do with me. I found my place in it, though. I'm like, oh, these are American spirits. Right? These are American spirits. So if you are an American, you might as well learn about the whole history of America versus the history of the United States. The United States. Exactly. El Cristo Negro. Like, that really started everything for me, honestly. I started working with these energies. They were showing me some real shit. I done told y'all the stories. I started fucking with El Cristo Negro. Now all of a sudden I'm meeting artists like the Game. How the fuck did I meet the Game? But on one of his album covers, he has El Cristo Negro. So when I work with El Cristo Negro, I saw that album cover. I'm like, oh, fuck. Why did he put that up there? I'm like, oh, they clearly know what's going on. So all the way in California, they acknowledge El Cristo Negro, which is why, again, the gangs are based around death. So in all actuality, beyond the fucking murders and the actual shootings and all that, the real death energy is just the real shit. Santa Muerte, El Cristo Negro, that's the real death energy. That's the energy they really are trying to tap into. And even the human sacrifice, that's Aztec Mayan shit. We was the ones that created human sacrifice. That ain't no white shit. That. All right, sorry about that. I think we should be back now. So what I was saying was, we have always been into human sacrifice. So when you see all this gang wars and this gang violence, this is just a manifestation in modern times of human sacrifice. That's why you can say to them, it's not wrong. It's not wrong for them to kill another person. Even though you can say it's wrong based on the 10 Commandments, based on religion. But we're talking about before religion. Before religion, it was not wrong. Human sacrifice was not viewed as wrong before religion. So you can say gangs and people that's into those darker arts, they're not going by modern day terms and perspective. They're still going off of the old way, which is this is not wrong to do. Especially when you have enemies. Killing an enemy is not viewed as wrong in the old way. It is viewed as a human sacrifice, which is a part of the culture. People would volunteer themselves to be the human sacrifice because you being a human sacrifice, you automatically went to heaven. So it wasn't like people wasn't afraid of being that. Like, yo, they will fight to be the human sacrifice because that will make you the chosen one. You become a part of the gods and goddesses. You become a part of the stars when you make the ultimate sacrifice. So that wasn't ever anything that people viewed as wrong. They never looked down upon it. They actually looked up to it. So the same way, you see people naming their blocks after dead people, right? This is what we see in Chicago, right? Chicago, when a certain person dies, they name the whole territory that. O Block, Gyro City, Tukaville. right? Is this is we've always been on that type of time. That ain't nothing new. It just seems strange in these times when religion is taking over, but in the mod, like we this is what we always been doing. That's why when you go back far enough, that's why you find Kali, which is the death goddess, Santa Morte, which is a death goddess. You go El Cristo Negro, death. You go back far enough, all you're seeing is them worshiping and honoring death because that was looked at as the ultimate sacrifice that took you straight to the heavenly gates. Nobody and everybody wanted that. Like, yo, if you don't got a quick expressway to heaven, you got to go through the hard way, the long way, which is what everybody else got to do, battling these angels and demons every day. So that's why it's like ain't nothing. What they say, nothing new under the sun. That's basically what that is. This is just what you take away religion. We was already on this type of time. We just had a different view of it. We had the same view that gang members have of it, which has always been the case, especially in America, because this has always been a place of war. Before we had modern wars, we had wars between the natives. All the natives wasn't cool. So we try to look back in the past, okay, they were better off. They was more, into their spirituality. It was still killing shit, though. It was still killing shit. They were still murdering each other. But they had a different perspective of it. You see? So that's why I was like, you just have to understand that. Especially in America. It may be different in other places, but we're talking about American history, real American culture, going to the Aztec, the Mixtec, the Toltec, the Olmec, the Mayan. Then going into the native tribes. This has been the case. If you just really study American history, it's like you're gonna find out. It's like, all right, so like it's just always been this. It ain't gonna stop either. It's always been this. It's not gonna ever be a point people change their mind. Like, okay, we're gonna not be American. A part of being American is this. This is a very, very dark place. That's why they call this place the Satanic Temple, right? Because this is where it goes down. This is, you can say, the most demonic place on the planet, for real. But that doesn't make it wrong. It just makes it demonic. But then you also have the ability to manifest something positive, like hip hop, right? Hip hop in its original manifestation was very light. It was about education, putting people on a game that they didn't know. Now, eventually it became what it is now with the drill, but that wasn't the original manifestation. But it had to be holistic. Like the original culture is going to come out. So the reason they glorify the killings, they glorify the drugs, they glorify the fornication, because that's what we've been doing before religion, before Columbus, before Christianity, before any of that shit had anything to do with America. That was the type of time we was on. So we just call these people gang members and all that, but they're just basically doing the same thing the natives have been doing. They're just continuing it on. And if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. It's just for you to understand why it exists, not to really cast judgment on it. You're like, okay, I understand what they're doing, why they're doing it, and why they have a different view of it. You can look at it as the most disgusting thing on the planet, but to them, they're just going by what has always been. Does that make them wrong? And does it make you right that you don't participate? But it's a reason why drill music had the effect it had. Because that energy is so potent and untapped into that when it finally got tapped into, it became global. That's why now everybody's doing fucking drill music. It went beyond America. The same way the original hip hop went beyond America. So they both had universal appeal, the light side of it and the dark side of it. So you have to acknowledge both sides. You can't not it. It's just in hip hop, you put everything that people consider crazy is in there. Even San Simon, he's considered a womanizer. He will fuck your bitch type energy, right? So even that in hip hop, they stay talking about okay, we about to get at your women. That's all the time, right? And damn near every goddamn song they talking about yeah we gonna take your woman. Well, San Simon, the first womanizer was San Simon. So the fact that that personality or that perspective is in the music is not a coincidence. It's just womanizing. That's San Simon though. That's the element of San Simon because the original deities were not all positive. Like we look at it now, you got like positive deities and negative deities, right? That's how it is now. That's why they call it angels and demons. But the original deities, they had both attributes. They were good and bad. I'm gonna give you this game. It's the same thing like a pimp. Like a pimp can give you game and then take your woman from you. You're like, yo, I'm gonna. She wants to be with me now, but I'm gonna still give you game out of respect for the game. You see how that goes? Well, you see, to most people, that's very unusual, but that's how it is. Like, even they have respect amongst each other. Like, all right, just because if you showed that you could actually take that hit, like, you know what, the game is a game. Here's all her clothes, here's everything. I'm not gonna put up no barriers. If she decides she wants to be with you, I'm not about to stand in the middle of that. She can get whatever she need, get everything, and she going about that. We can even have a drink and talk about it. And then you could even tell them her attributes. These are her attributes. This is good, this is bad, and this is ugly. This is what you're gonna be dealing with. Just having a real conversation about it. Okay, instead of being in your feelings about it, trying to get the woman back and all that. No, the decision is already made. So if you show that you had that type of principle and that type of situation, then you will benefit with game because now you know who this person is, and now y'all could actually become friends because you didn't allow your emotions to take over. You like, yo, this is what it is. Women don't come to stay; they come to pay. In that world, she ain't gonna be with you forever. She just so as long as she's with you, as long as she's paying you, she's doing what she's supposed to do. And when she decides to move on, she decides to move on. Can you accept it? And if you can accept it, then you actually gain a friend in the game, which will make you more profound in the game that you choose to play. That's how most pimps even meet each other through the women. Then they see who you are. Can you handle that? And if you can, we will be tight. Because I still respect you in the game we play. You see how that is? But again, to squares, that's ridiculous. They would be all in their goddamn feelings. Anybody do anything to their woman and try to do this, do that, they're not able to mentally formulate that. They can't do it. Their woman sleeping with other men, taking money for it, in the square's mind, that's too much. They're like, yo, I'm not. That just like why'd I be with a whore? To a square, they're like, yo, I'm not about to be with no whore. But to a pimp, he was like, well, some women are just born that way, and they need companionship as well. Am I about to judge her for taking this path in life? Or will I accept her for what she decided? So it ain't like you're trying to force nobody to do anything. You have women already in that life. So if they decide to take on your leadership, are you about to judge a woman for taking that path, or are you going to be the best leader and then show her the way and make sure everybody's good, which is what you're supposed to do? Everybody else is already judging, like, oh, you should change, you need to go to church, you need to do this, you need to do that. That's what everybody else is already doing. That's what the square is trying to convince her, okay, you need to get away from the pimp, you need to give your life to God, and she's getting that all the time. They don't understand that she was born to be that. Like they say pimps are born, well, women of the life is born too. So it's like you can't tell her any goddamn thing anyway, Cause like yo, she's fulfilling her destiny. We don't want to accept that. So if she's fulfilling her destiny, I mean, if she was born to be a scarlet woman, which some women are born to be that, unfortunately, to religious people, that's fucked up. But when you looking at it holistically, it's like everybody got to be everything. You ain't got it. Ain't no reason to get into your feelings about it. But when it's happening to you, you gonna be in your feelings about it. But that's why it's levels to this shit. I'm just giving you a real time example, right? Or the type of principles you have to have if you decide to wander in these realms of the dark side and the underworld and all that, because you're going to run into people that think completely different than the mainstream. Again, that's why I say your pimps, drug dealers, scammers, all these people have their mentality is completely different than the mainstream. It's complete, like 100% different, like a 180, opposition. They are in opposition to each other. So that's why these things are, again, is just, it's not easy to talk about this shit if you don't understand it, if you're judging it. And most people are still judgmental because they don't believe that somebody will be born to do such things. But it's like, yo, if you see deities with certain attributes already, how would this not already exist within the human psyche? It's already in the human psyche. So of course, some people are going to be born to be San Simon, for example. Some people are going to be born to be Jesus Mervade. Some people are going to be born to be avatars of Santa Muerte or avatars of El Cristo Negro. Some people are going to be born to be those avatars, which again is opposite of the mainstream. That's why you have a Kodak Black, right? Which is Haitian. He has a whole different culture than somebody who's not Haitian. He may be looked at as weird if you don't understand his culture. A lot of people look at him like a lot of people don't even understand him because his culture is different. So it's like, does that make him wrong? He just has a different culture. He has a different influence. And hip hop is everything. Hip hop is not just one thing. Hip hop is all of this. The good, bad, and the ugly of this. That's why I'm mentioning these things. So hip hop ain't just about the positive, it's also about the negative. You have to have an understanding of why it all exists. It's all archetypes. So if you understand archetypes, everybody's not going to be a positive angel. Some people are born to be, I don't want to say they're demons. I would just say devils, right? Because you got archangels and you got archdevils. Some people were born to be archangels. Some people were born to be archdevils, right? It just is what it is. That's why I can just talk about it. I don't have no feelings towards it. It just is what it is, right? That's why I'm explaining to y'all these various lifestyles. Gang lifestyle, the pimp culture, is like the scarlet women, who eventually, that predates, because it started in the temples. Before women were out in the streets doing what they was doing, you had to come to the temple to get that type of satisfaction. So none of this shit is new. This is our culture that people don't want to acknowledge, though. That ain't some shit that nobody else started. That's what our ancestors were doing from the beginning. That's us. So we can't put it on nobody else because like we were the ans like if you go back and you see your ancestors on that type of time, are you gonna accept your own bloodline? See, a lot of people is gonna say no, they're not gonna accept it. So they need to go to some other shit. That's why most people go to religion. They don't accept their own bloodline. So if you don't want to accept your own bloodline, you got religion waiting for you. That's why most people are religious. That's why you see most of us have people in our family who have accepted their bloodline. Everybody has people in their family who actually have accepted it. You could say the pagans of the family. We all have pagans within the family. People that are on some other shit, opposite of religion. Everybody has those individuals. Why? Because that's just the strength of the bloodline. It's just some people, their blood is just a little bit too thick for them to accept some other shit. It just is what it is. Like, they're not going to accept nothing but what they are. You can't tell them nothing. That's just what they is. So if motherfuckers drink and smoke, we all got people in our family who drink and smoke. They've been doing it the whole time. They ain't stopping. That's just what it is. It's not a coincidence. So it's like, yo, this is cultural. It may be in your blood to be a drinker or a smoker. You may look at it as a vice, but all vices are connected to the bloodline, right? It's all about, can you master the vices of your bloodline? Because it's going to already be there premeditated. Can you master it though? So, like, let's just say if you were born a womanizer, drinker, smoker, can you master it? That's all. It's not about, okay, I'm not going to be it. Yeah, you are. It's already in you. You probably could find it in your natal chart. Like, yo, these are certain things you're going to be having to deal with. What are you going to do about it? Are you just not going to accept yourself, give your life to Christ? Or are you going to accept yourself fully, the ego and the shadow, and like, okay, how can I integrate this constructively? Because there's a right way to do it, and there's a wrong way to do it. When you do it the wrong way, you end up in jail. When you do it the right way, you stay free. That's why it's people who have been in the dark underworlds and never been to jail, because they did it right. Unless like somebody told on them, or they got told on about somebody on the inside. Other than that, you know, you have to be what you came here to be. So, Bishop Hunt 93, what's your thoughts on transgenders and their energies? They have always existed. Transgenderism is not something new. Even in native culture, they're called two spirits. They're called two spirit. So if you study native culture, they were there. Then you go to Hindu culture, they were there. You go to Thailand, they're there. They have always been here. They go by all these different names, but it's nothing new. They've always been here. Always. It's just now, it is more out in the open, it's more accepted. Well, depending on where you are, like if you in certain places, in certain countries, it's not accepted. It's fucking illegal. But depending on where you are, it may be legal, and you just are who you are. But there's nothing new about that energy. It has always existed. It has always been there. And if you study any culture, you're gonna find it. It's always been there, right? So I'm not surprised that it's here now. It's always been here. It's just that when religion came, religion suppressed it. Religion said, okay, you're either only straight, and if you are gay, then that's a disease, a mental disease, because that's what they were calling it. Like, you're just mentally diseased. You're other than yourself. But it's always been there, though. It ain't going nowhere either. It's always been, always will be. Right? It's up to the individual to accept it. Do you accept the transgender within you? That's what I would say. Do you accept the transgender within you? Because you're neither purely masculine or feminine. That's what it is. So if you're not purely masculine or feminine, you have access to both energies. So do you accept both of those energies within you? As a man, do you accept the feminine attributes that you already have? As a woman, do you accept your masculine attributes that you already have? It's already in your chart. It's already in your stars. Do you accept it? So that would make you transgender, because you have an actual gender, but you're not a slave to that gender. You may have dick and balls, but you still have the ability to gain intuition. You're still able to develop your spirituality, which will be considered a feminine thing, because you have to go inside yourself to do that. Anything internal is feminine. Anything you have to go into the spirit, you have to go to the God within, the goddess within, all that's feminine. Everything you do externally in this world is masculine. So are you able to conquer the external world as well as conquer the internal world? You will have to be trans to do that, right? You got to go into both realms, right? So people just try to lower it to like a sexual thing, like a sexual attraction. But the whole universe is sexual. Life is sexual. It ain't just about the genitals. See, that's what get people fucked up. They just looking at the genitals and shit, and then they look at the Bible and okay, like men should not lay with men. They go straight to religion. But again, you take religion out of it. Like, what were we doing before religion? Well, that's where you find like, oh shit, it was already here. When religion came, it was outlawed along with other things like necromancy. That's why you got the seven forbidden arts. So it wasn't just transgenderism that was outlawed. It was a lot of shit that was outlawed because of religion. That was just one of them. Things that have always been here since the beginning, they were just outlawed the same way they did not include certain books within the Bible. We know that it was books that didn't make it to the Bible because of somebody's perspective. Okay, we don't want to push that. We want to push this, so we're going to leave that out. Same thing with the Quran. We're not going to keep these satanic verses that mention Allah, Al Uzza, and Manat. We're not going to keep that. We're going to take that out. Even though it happened, it was documented that it happened, but we're not going to include that in the Quran. So they took it out, right? So same with the Bible, they took out books. The Quran, they took out shit. Does it mean it's not real because they took it out? No, they just took it out because they didn't want to push that. So if it's books about the Bible, not if it's books that never made it that basically says okay, well transgenders exist, they're cool, or transgenders exist, they're not cool. Because that's basically what the mainstream says. Like Sodom Gomorrah. Sodom Gomorrah, everything is going on. People are just doing all type of, but that's how people view America, right? Everything is going on over here. All of the sins of the world is you can all find it in America, especially a place like here, like Las Vegas. It's just everything everywhere, right? But then you look at it like it was always that way, especially before religions. Like, and why would anybody have a problem with it? Cause like, what it don't have nothing to do with you. What the next person is doing has nothing to do with you. However they live in their life has nothing to do with you. It's like, why would we even care that much? The reason why we overly care is because we're only given half the story. You're basically told that something is wrong and you're not told why. Just like I explained, okay, murder is not wrong to certain people, and that's why I explained all this shit, right? Your woman sleeping with other men is not wrong in a certain lifestyle. In a square lifestyle, the mainstream lifestyle is like, yo, your wife is off limits, but in other lifestyles, she's not off limits. In other lifestyles, you have men that have several wives. In other lifestyles, you have women that have several husbands, right? So it depends on where you go, the shit changes. So in Christianity, it's not okay for you to have multiple wives as a man. And it's not okay for a woman to have multiple husbands as a woman. That's not okay in Christianity. But in other cultures, it is. Right? So who can say what's right and what's wrong? Is there certain things is acceptable in certain places and certain things are not acceptable? That's just all it is. But in terms, if we want to make it about a moral law, like it's morally wrong to do certain things, that's our religion. Because our ancestors didn't say shit about that. Even with voodoo. And voodoo, you can say the so-called gay spirit, the gay energy has always been accepted in voodoo. Read the history of voodoo, it has always been there. And they accepted it. Because they understood, like, oh, this is what was already going on. Why would we not accept this? So you have a lot of that energy in the voodoo culture. And it's just, and because it's based on a matriarchy. Like you have a voodoo queen, but there's no voodoo kings. Right? So most of the time when you're dealing with a matriarchy, things are real different. It's real pagan-like. It's things that a lot of people don't want to accept. That's why they don't want a matriarchy. That's why they prefer a patriarchy, where they want straight lines. Either you're this or you're that. Either you're hetero or you're homo. They want straight lines. And when you start dealing with the matriarchy, when you start dealing with paganism, this shit is all over the like, wait a minute. You can be a transgender and still attracted to, like, you can be a man transgender and still attracted to men or women. Like, that don't even determine what you even like. You got some transgenders that like women, some that like men. Like, they not all the same. So, like, their sexuality is not all the same. So it's way more nuanced than what most people are willing to dig into. That's why people just are so confused about it, because, like, you don't want to dig into, like, yo, it's not as simple as you try to make it out to be. It's not. A man can view himself as a woman and be attracted to men or attracted to women or fucking both. It's not as clear as you would like it to be. But spirituality is that it's not straight lines; it's curves. That's the main thing. Spirituality, you gotta. It's like chaos. You have to order the chaos. The chaos is not gonna order itself. So when you are introduced to very strange things that seems very weird, that's really what spirituality is. Like, can you handle the weird aspects, the strangeness? What planet is that? That's the planet Uranus. So that's how you know this shit is real. You have a whole planet dedicated to weird shit and strange shit. Uranus. That's why Uranus is tilted on its side. All the planets is like this. Uranus decided to be like this on its side. It's just leaning on its side. Why the fuck is Uranus leaning on its side, standing out from all the other planets? Like, oh, this is some weird shit, right? So it's already in the stars. And everybody have weird and strange aspects about themselves, but they don't want to put that on the forefront. That's why they would rather talk about other people. Well, what is that? What are they doing? What about the weird and strange shit that you're into that you do? Because everybody had Uranus in their chart. So everybody got some weird and some strange shit about them that other people may consider crazy, but they won't reveal that. But they want to get mad at people that would reveal it. But so that's how I look at it. Just focus on the weirdness and strangeness within your own Uranus. And then master that. And when you master that, you won't feel how you feel about what somebody else is doing that may be considered weird or strange. You ain't even gonna say, yo, I know what the fuck I am too. So I ain't even looking over there trying to cast judgment, because motherfuckers would do the same thing to me if they knew about what the fuck I was into. That's how you look at it. But you like, okay, this is a part of me though. I don't need to put it out in the world. Some people may need to put it out in the world. You may decide not to put it out, but then you know not to worry about what nobody else is doing either. Because this is what it means to be whole. This is what it means to be complete. You had to accept everything within yourself. You're not picking and choosing the aspects you want to accept about yourself. You want to accept the sun, but you don't want to accept the moon. Or you want to accept Saturn, but you don't want to accept Uranus. You want to accept Neptune, but you don't want to accept Pluto. That's why a lot of people don't even be talking about the other planets. They want to accept the sun sign, but they want to act like that's all it is. Like, yo, you are holistic. 10 planets, 10 is a number of completion. So that means you are all of that. Even what you don't, I'm not going to say what you don't want to be. It's certain things about everybody that they find hard to accept. It just because you are, you can say, attracted or drawn to certain vortexes and certain energies based on your planetary alignments. So if you don't understand why you're drawn to certain things, it will just become some shit that you do in the dark because you don't understand it. But when you do understand it, you don't really, it ain't something that condemns you or something that puts you into a bind. So that's why I bless myself with the holy water. Right? I could be drinking normal water. I'm like, no, let me bless myself with the holy water. Especially if I say this is a spiritual act. If I consider this a spiritual act, which I do, this whole conversation is a spiritual act. So why not induce or invoke and evoke the spirit? If I consider it spiritual, yeah, I should be fucking drinking and smoking so that the spirits can flow and say things that maybe I would not be willing to say. Right? That's why I do it. I'm like, let me move my ego out the way and give my shadow some room to speak as well. Because my ego may say, let me not say that. The shadow is like, I'm saying this shit anyway. Because it just needs to be said. So holistic. I'm like, okay, if I'm speaking from the self, the ego and the shadow has to have room to. That's what it's supposed to be though. But the reason it's not like this for most people, even though they're spiritual, because again, you just can't fake the shit. That's basically what it is. You just can't fake the shit. A lot of people try to, but it's obvious. You just can't fake this shit. If you really with this shit, you might as well accept everything. If you consider yourself spiritual, you have to accept everything. Like, there's a reason why everything happens. There's a reason why everything exists. There's not something that exists that's not supposed to exist. It's just that simple. Everything has its purpose. Everything exists for a reason. There's nothing here that ain't supposed to be here. So even all the negative shit is supposed to be here. There's a reason for it. The less you could say majority of people are probably into shit that you're not into, right? You know, sexually and beyond. That's why it's good to, have you have to have relationships with all types of people. If you really want to be holistic, all your circle can't all be the same thing. You have to be open to all things. But for some people, that's you're not. You probably shouldn't be open to all things. Some things you should accept, and other things you shouldn't accept. That's how a lot of people. Okay, I can accept this, but I can't accept that. I can accept God, but I'm not about to accept the devil. Basically, right? I can accept the ego, but I'm not going to accept the shadow. I can accept the sun, but I'm not going to accept the moon. Because when you see the image of that Baphomet, it's crescent moons. So that's ultimately a symbol or emblem of the moon, right? It's easy to accept the sun, but it's like, can you accept the moon? Can you accept the shadow? It's not easy. That's why you see on this whole channel, none of this stuff has been easy, but it had to be done. That's why I'm like, I have to be the example. I'm not about to just tell you some shit I'm not going through or I'm not doing. All right? That's why you have seen me evolve over the years. I'm like, I'm not just saying the same shit. Everything has to evolve. Like you see, I'm not really as angry as I used to be. I was more because I'm able to certain energies. Basically, it's my own goddamn chart. Basically, my sun, not my sun, my moon and my Mars are conjunct. So, in the heliocentric chart, not a geocentric, a heliocentric, and it's just astrology talk. In my heliocentric chart, my moon and my Mars are connected. So that means if my emotions are triggered, the Mars is activated. So that's why you would see me kind of get angry a lot. Like when I get into my feelings, when I get into my emotions, it's like the Mars comes out because the moon and the Mars is connected. Now that I have acknowledged that, I'm like, okay, I can control that now. Because I get it now. I'm like, oh, that's why I get flustered and shit. Like Mars comes out because moon and Mars are operating as one. If you fuck with Mars, you fucking with the moon. If you fuck with the moon, you fucking with Mars. So it's been plenty of times when um I have let my emotions create tower moments for me, in other words. My emotions get stirred up, now I'm creating tower moments like fuck it, I'll just leave type shit. Fuck it, just fuck it all. I've been in plenty of those positions because I'm like, okay, with my moon and my moon get stimulated, the Mars gonna say just fuck it all. So me knowing that, I'm like, all right, that ain't always the answer. Because the tower ain't just about destruction, it's also about resurrection. So that means I need to be like the phoenix. So if my emotions get stirred up, it's not for me just to be the tower on the surface. I have to dig into the destruction and resurrect like the phoenix. That's how I have to coordinate and operate, keep my emotions under control. If my emotions get stirred up, the Mars just want to come out. That's not always good. On the surface, I need to transmute Mars because Mars is a malefic energy, just like Saturn is a malefic energy. So if Mars is naturally malefic, in order for it to be beneficial or positive, you have to transmute it. So that's what I'm like, okay. My Mars has to be transmuted. So if I'm ever emotionally stirred, I have to take time and balance shit, then act. I can't act strictly out of emotion because I'm just gonna be ready to burn everything down. I'm like, sometimes have to resurrect. Like, okay, I see the shit burning down, but I need to resurrect from it. Let it burn down and resurrect from the ashes. Instead of just leaving a burnt corpse. Let me utilize the ashes of this corpse and resurrect. So that's all it is. That's essentially what I'm doing now, right? That's why I haven't been showing up. I'm like, yeah, I've been going through the tower. Everything had to be burnt down. And now I had to use the ashes to resurrect. That's why I'm let me just come on my birthday and spend the time with y'all when I could be doing some other shit, right? But this is more important to me than just going out and hanging out and doing some shit outside where people can see me. I'm like, do I need to be outside where people can see me and observe me, or should I just stay inside, enjoy my alcohol, enjoy my fucking THC, and enjoy the spirits? I can do that too. I don't have to go out of my way just because it's my solar return. If anything, I should be studying my solar return chart to see what the next year has in store for me. I should be doing that. But you see, we don't naturally think to do that shit though. We don't naturally think, okay, this is the time that you should reflect on what happened and study what is to come. We thinking about what how we gonna celebrate, what I'm gonna do, where I'm gonna go, who am I gonna meet up with and do this and do that. You see, I'm about my goddamn self, right? What's up, Callie? Salute to you. You see, I'm sitting on my birthday by my damn self, right? Don't feel the need to be amongst anybody. Don't feel the need to be out in the public doing shit just because it's my birthday. I can get free meals or I can get special attention from people. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I will pay the full price. Anything I get, they don't even need to know it's my birthday. I pay the full price. I'm like, I don't care to get a goddamn discount, right? It's regular. So I'm like, this is more important to me than doing some shit amongst strangers. Let me connect with the family. Let y'all know what the fuck is going on. I was like, okay, that seems to be important, right? Especially since I've been gone for whoever knows how long. I don't know how long. I haven't been counting the goddamn days and months. But I knew at some point I will make a return. I will resurrect because I always do, right? Y'all see, I always resurrect. I don't just stay dead. We're not in the age of Osiris. We are in the age of Horus. So at some point, I have to resurrect. I can't just stay gone. So I keep popping back up. I'm like, all right, at some point, the resurrection will come. The Christ will return at some point, right? That's all that is. At some point, I will return to let motherfuckers know what's up, to straighten this shit out, right? Because I know it ain't nothing but chaos on the goddamn internet. Bunch of fucking idiots and dumbass motherfuckers. Just trying to make bread, trying to do all this materialistic shit. Ain't nobody really opening up spiritual planes. But I'm like, yeah, let me do that shit. Let me open up all the planes and let me show you how real this shit is, as I always do. Let me continue to do what I always do. Just in different ways, more evolved. And y'all just seeing the evolution, right? Right? Appreciate that. I appreciate the solar return wishes. Even though to me it's like, you know, it's bittersweet to me. You know, so a lot of loss this year. A lot of loss this year, right? So this shit is bittersweet. Like I'm not celebrating like I would if my mother was still here. You know what I mean? So I'm like, it's different. I'm like, I have to continue to grow and evolve. I got to be the elder now type shit. So it's like I'm stepping into more responsibility. I'm like, damn, I'm the elder. It's like, damn, I'm the leader now. Like, I don't get to ask the ancestors for help in the living anymore. I got to go through the dead now. I don't really have living ancestors where I can, like, gain wisdom from. It got to all come through the spirit now. I have to accept that. It's a hard pill to swallow, but I got to accept it. So that's why I'm like, I can celebrate still being alive, but it's like I can't forget about death either, right? Because I'm like, I have to go through death to even get any type of insight. But we already know that we are necromantic beings. We are necromantic beings, so that's what we're supposed to do anyway. So we just come to the maturity. That's what we got to do. If we really want to touch the ancestors, we got to go through the necromantic tunnels and visions and portals and all that. So that's why the game is neutral. The game is neutral. It's like anybody who said the game is just all fun or is all fucked up, it's neutral. That's how I feel neutral. If you want my honest feelings, it's neutral. I'm not overly happy. I'm not overly sad. It's right in the middle. I'm like, solemn, as they call it. The word would be I'm just solemn. So that's why again, I don't really feel the need to go out and do this and do that. I'm like, let me reflect. Like, what the fuck has been going on? I'm like, damn, this has been a year of death. So is it a coincidence that I go through death on the 24th? Well, then, like, nah. Because what is the 25th? It's a Sagittarius. It's the energy of art. It's the energy of temperance. 1 foot in this world, 1 foot out. So that's what I'm saying. We still alive, but we can't forget about the necromantic arts, right? The Necronomicon, names of the dead. We have to remember the names of the dead, which we've been doing, right? Whether it's the dead, the hip hop dead, your personal ancestors, we always remember the dead. So that's what it's all about, right? In life, you remember death. Then you resurrect from that remembrance. Because now I have to resurrect in a new form. So 2025 is the resurrection of the new form, right? Tapping into the Sagittarius current, also the 20th degree, which is Yod. So it's Yod Samek. So it's my Mercury in Sagittarius. Nah, my Mercury is not in Sagittarius. It really depends, though, honestly. It depends on if you're looking at it from the Vedic or the Western or the Draconic. It all depends. Because my moon and my Mercury are conjunct in the geocentric chart. So moon and Mercury are conjunct in Sagittarius. Or Ophiuchus if you're applying the 13. If you add an Ophiuchus, then my Mercury and my moon will be in Ophiuchus. If you're applying the 12, it will be in Sagittarius. If you're applying the Vedic, it would be in Scorpio. So if you're applying the Draconic, it would be in Aquarius. So that's how I'm looking at it. I have to look at all the perspective. So that's why I don't even look at it as one. It all depends on what plane am I trying to view. If I'm trying to view the physical plane, then I'm going to go through the Western. If I'm trying to view the spiritual plane, I'm going to go through the Eastern. If I'm trying to view it through the karmic plane or the reversal plane, I'm going to go through the Draconic. What they're all, you can say, it ain't about which one is right, which one is wrong. It's just all about what portal you're trying to access in yourself. And that's what I had to get over. Like, okay, well, Western wise, I'm a Scorpio. Eastern wise, I'm a Libra. Draconic wise, I'm a Capricorn. So imagine if I never get over me being a Scorpio. Like, okay, I'm a Scorpio, that's all it is. It's like, nah, you actually, depending on how you looking at it, you can be a Libra or a Capricorn. But then when I think about it, I'm like, well, that actually do make sense, right? Because you see, I stay with that goddamn Baphomet, right? I'm like, okay, I can easily accept me being a Capricorn, which is the devil card. I even said, I'm like, okay, if there was a devil on earth, it would probably be me, right? And that's before I was even looking at the Draconic. So I came into that understanding on my own without me even knowing that. So I'm like, okay, me being a Capricorn is not far-fetched. And that's connected to my karma more so than my persona. I can accept that. Then from the perspective of the Libra is like, Libra deals with spiritual relationships because the seventh house is a house of Libra, and Libra deals with relationships. However, the hidden aspect is spiritual marriages, meaning you being married to deities. So we're not even talking about a physical marriage, we're talking about a spiritual marriage. I'm like, okay, that makes sense to me. So I can see myself from all those perspectives. And like, that's me just not limiting myself to one. What's up, Satori? I mean, y'all all saying it's happy solar return. It's like, to me, it's just, It's just numbers. It's just numbers. It's like, I don't know. Death just really changed you. I'm like, I don't even view that shit. It's like it don't mean as much as it used to. It really don't mean as much as it used to. It's more a reflection. Like I remember in my past, I just felt like I had to do something. I had to do this, do that. But when I get to a point where I can literally do whatever I wanted to do, like I don't even care to do shit. Right? Whatever I wanted, I can literally do whatever I wanted to do. If I want to do it, I'm like, it's like it's I see it now. I didn't see it then. I see it now. Cause like when you really don't have it, it's like you always are imagining what you could do. Then when you finally get it, it's like it wasn't even that serious. So basically, what they're saying, what they say, what's the point of gaining the world if you lose your soul? So it's like now that I didn't gain the world, I'm like I'm just trying to hold on to the soul at this point. I'm like there's nothing in this world for me to really engage in without engaging in the internal first. I mean, if I'm gonna go out to the world, it's all ritual, it's all programming, it's all mathematics, it's all science. I'm always the magician in the laboratory conducting shit. That's really the only reason I go out into the world, because I'm conducting spells and rituals to see their effects. I'm seeing my influence on the external world. That's the only reason I even go outside. I'm not going outside looking or seeking anything. I put up my board, right? And I just watch the energy unfold. Like for example, of course I'm always changing my house vibration. I'm not just in one goddamn vibration. I may be in a one vibration, two vibration next week, three vibration the next week, four vibration the week after that. I'm always shifting the energies. I'm not just steady on one energy. Because I'm like I have to be aware of all the energies. I can't just get into comfortable with the energy that I'm comfortable with. Like I may be comfortable with certain numbers, but then certain numbers are more challenging than other numbers. But is it for me to stay away from those numbers because they challenge me and I don't want to be challenged? That's just the way I work. So I'm like I'm always shifting energies to keep myself abreast of all of the vibrations. So if you ask me, okay, how does the one vibration feel? How does the three vibration feel? How is the five vibration? How is the seven? I can give you all of this accurately. And so to me, okay, I'm comfortable in the six, so I want to stay in the six. I ain't really exploring the other numbers because this is where I'm comfortable. Nah, that's not how I work. How do you activate a planet in your natal chart? You don't have to activate it, it's already activated. That portal is already open because you were born into that portal. These are portals you were born into. So you don't have to activate the energy in a natal chart. It's you acknowledging their consistent, their consistence rather in your life. Because they're always planning out patterns. They're always there. So it's just more so, are you able to acknowledge it? What's always been there? Can you acknowledge what's always been there? It's not like they're there sometime and sometime they're not. They're always there. Can you acknowledge where they are? So if your moon is in Capricorn, for example, that's just you acknowledging like, damn, I see why I can really remove my emotions from certain situations. And like you know how to navigate without your emotions really being at the forefront. You know how to keep everything stabilized because that's just the energy of the earth. So like when you acknowledge, hey, like, oh, that's why I've always been that way. You didn't just become that way one day. You have always been that way. That's just you just know why now. So you basically just are acknowledging how you have always been. You understand why now. So now it doesn't creep up on you and surprise you because you know what it is when you see it versus you have no idea what's going on. You're going to always have an idea of what's going on because you understand your alignments. So really to activate a planet in your chart, you have to know it. So you just ask yourself, do you know your entire chart by heart? Because how are you supposed to acknowledge it when you see it if you don't know it? It always starts with the knowledge. Memorize your goddamn chart. That's the only way for you to acknowledge it when it comes to you. Because if you don't know if you don't know what Saturn is in, or you don't know what your Mercury is in, then how are you supposed to acknowledge it when it pops up on you? You ain't gonna acknowledge because you don't know. So the more you know, the more you can activate it because you can catch it in real time. Is that how most astrologers explain it? No, that's just how I see it though. To me, you have to acknowledge these things in real time in order to influence them. The only way for you to influence it is to know it when it shows up. But if you have no idea what you're looking for, how can you seize it when it appears? So that's how I see it. You have to seize it when it appears. And the only way for you to seize it is for you to know it. In order for you to know it, you have to memorize it. So it's like you're always working. There's really no comfort in this. Like I don't ever get comfortable. That's what I'm saying. If I get too comfortable, I'm gonna change the house vibration. I'm gonna put a new sigil up. I'm gonna put a new veve up. I'm gonna put a new sequence up, a new mathematical sequence up, just to switch things up. I'm always switching things up. It's not ever like, okay, I'm cool here, and let me just let things ride out. Nah, I need to be aware of all these degrees because they all are influencing me anyway. Right? So if all 10 planets are influencing you at all times, can you distinguish one planet's influence from another planet's influence in your life? That's what you're supposed to be doing. Can you distinguish the sun's influence from the moon's influence, from Mercury's influence, from Mars' influence, from Venus' influence, from Jupiter's influence, from Saturn's influence, from Uranus' influence, from Neptune's influence, to Pluto's influence? Can you separate them? If Pluto's in your 12th house in Libra, what the fuck does that mean? Can you notice it when you see it? Because to me, that would represent, okay, Libra is spiritual marriage. 12th house is a house of spirituality. So Pluto and Libra in the 12th house is you like having like a sexual relationship with a spirit. And through that sexual relationship, you're able to gain universal wisdom. That's how I would draw it up. Somebody else may have a different perspective. But that's how I would see that, just as an example. So when you begin to have dreams about fucking deities, you're not surprised as to why that happens. Because it's already in your goddamn chart. So it doesn't surprise you, like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. As opposed to some shit that's freaking you out, or you're trying to avoid, or you don't really understand. Like, oh, it's already in your damn chart. It's just for you to acknowledge it. It's already there. Can you acknowledge what's already there? That's how you activate it. You have to acknowledge it. When you acknowledge it, then you can influence it. So that's basically to answer your question. Acknowledge it first, then worry about how do you influence it. How do you manipulate it and influence it? It has to be acknowledged. Again, by no means is this easy because astrology can get very complex because you're dealing with zodiac signs, you're dealing with houses, you're dealing with aspects. And if you go further, you're dealing with midpoints, you're dealing with asteroids, you're dealing with all type of shit. It all depends on how deep you want to go. It gets very, very serious. But again, I already told y'all in the beginning, that's what AI is for. We have AI now. So you don't have to try to do everything in your fucking head anymore. You can push it out to AI and see what does AI say, right? For those who acknowledge it, a lot of people, again, don't acknowledge AI. I'm like, all right, cool. You try to do all this shit in your head all you want. If there's 50 points in your natal chart, you do it all you want by yourself in your own mind as to what the fuck all that shit means. If it's 50 points, 100 points, you want to do all that math in your head, go right ahead. Well, I'm like, okay, I'm going to put all that shit in AI and see what AI says. That's how you're supposed to be doing it. Again, that's what AI is for. AI is for you to do more advanced mathematics. It's not for you to do what you can already do in your head. AI is for you to do more advanced mathematics. It's just that simple. I have in conjunction nobody has any information online, and it's a bunch of bullshit. It's always gonna be a bunch of bullshit. Cause again, people are trying to get paid. That's just what we just have to acknowledge that shit. People are not making content really trying to wake people up. People are trying to get a paycheck. It's just you can't get around that. YouTube ain't what it used to be. Right? It was a time where people were not getting paid for their content. So if they are putting up content, they're putting it up because that's what they believe in. It wasn't really for nobody else's benefit. Well, it wasn't for their benefit. Now that you can get a check for it, now you can just say anything. Make an interesting title, people gonna click on it. And what? That's gonna equal money in your pocket. So people are just more inclined to just say anything. That's why, you got people talking about shit right when it happens. You see, I didn't come up on here like when Trump became president, or when this situation happened, or when that situation. Well, he's technically not president yet until January. But you don't see me popping up here when certain shit happen. Because I'm not getting paid for it. So I'm not just about to hop on here just because some shit happened and people want a perspective on it. That's not the purpose. I'm here to give you the whole thing. I'm not here to just, here's what's going on with this, that's what the media does. That's what news is. I'm not a reporter. I'm a forecaster, right? I'm supposed to tell you things before they happen, not as they're happening. This is why it happened. And like, that's what reporters do. That's what the media does. That's the difference between Gemini and Sagittarius. Gemini wants to be the media. I need to report every day, and I need to just, even if you have incomplete information, you're still going to report on it. And there's no way to have all the information when some shit just happened. But everybody's rushing, like, as soon as some shit happened, they jumping right on it. It's like, you ain't gonna have all the information immediately. It takes time. That's what Sagittarius is. What's the perspective after it has been complete? So yeah, I'll talk about Trump now that he is the elected president. It's already complete. I can talk about the Mike Tyson and the Jake Paul. It's already complete. I'm not gonna come on here and speculate what may happen. I can speak about it. It's already done, and this is why it happened. Then I can tell you about, okay, this is how you need to view everything, because everything is following the same pattern, the Aeon of Horus. 2025 is the energy of Sagittarius, the energy of art, the energy of the artist. Right? The Hermit, the artist, 2025. The Hermit, the artist. The Hermit is what? Going into the levels of the underworld. And the artist, 1 foot in this world, 1 foot in the underworld. See how that is? It's all mathematics, it's all science, it's all equations. But a lot of spiritual people don't think like that. They don't look at this as math and science. They look at this, oh, the spirit is beyond that. No, the fuck is not. The spirit is advanced mathematics and advanced science. You can't separate them. Most spiritual people try to separate it. That's why you don't have scientists and spiritualists in the same room. It's like they're talking a completely different language when it shouldn't be like that. You should be speaking the same language. One is just on another level. One is unseen and one is seen. The scientists can talk about, or the mathematician can talk about everything that you see, all the formulas, all the equations. But then the spiritualist or the astrologer is supposed to talk about the things you don't see. Scientifically and mathematically, though. Which is what motherfuckers just saying what the fuck they believe or what they think. It's not, they don't back it up with science and math. And that's why I say I don't be wasting my time watching nobody else's content because I know it's incomplete. I have a better chance of figuring this shit out on my own or with the help of AI. That's the whole purpose of AI. You ain't gotta listen to no goddamn body. You figure it out on your own and let your assistant be AI to help you out through the process. Not to figure it out for you, but to help you. Because you don't have to depend on all these other motherfuckers who's incomplete anyway. You plus AI is completion. Because AI just builds off of the information you give it. So if you give it the right information, it can give you right answers. It's only when you don't know what information to give AI, then it's just going to say anything. If you give it the right information, it's going to give you some accurate information back. So basically, it's all about what you give AI. It's not this AI that's already smart. It's based on what you give it, the energy you give it. That's what you're going to receive in return. So, do most people look at AI like that? No. I said artists don't even like AI because they feel like, yo, how are you able to just generate some shit and we got to go through this tedious process? Well, fuck you. As an artist, I'm like, fuck any artist that think like that, because you're still in the age of Osiris. You haven't caught up to this shit yet, right? So it's like, so anybody who was still in the old time, fuck them. Not personally, just collectively, fuck them. Let them be old and dried up. Let them stay in the old way, and let them die that way, because they're gonna do it anyway. It ain't no point of you getting in your feelings about it, because you're supposed to be the innovative one. You're supposed to be on the cutting edge of things. That's what you're supposed to be doing. As soon as some shit come out, you're supposed to be on it. New technology come out, you're supposed to be on it. That's what hip hop was doing, right? As soon as the new machines came out that makes you able to do more advanced mathematics, you're supposed to be on it. New software drop, you're supposed to be on it. So to me, that's just a part of hip hop, right? That's what they really mean by staying fresh. It ain't just all about the clothes you have on. It's the innovation of your mind. You're supposed to be up to date with everything. Like, I didn't test out all the AIs. I ain't just try one AI. I didn't test out all of them and put the money down to test them, because obviously they all cost. So I done been putting the money down, seeing which one is best for what I need to use it for. I'm not gonna be using AI like somebody else is gonna be using it. So I need to figure out, well, what AI is best for what I got going on. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna stick with this one, or I'm gonna stick with that one. But again, it got to come from somebody like me again, somebody who was an artist, somebody who was a spiritualist. So you're constantly pulling from the unknown realms. And I'm like, okay, you need to add this to the equation to better yourself. Because right, as you say, if you're trying to go on fucking YouTube and trying to find some real shit, it just ain't gonna really be there like that. It's just not. You better off just going to AI. You just better off going to AI at this point. Because AI ain't trying to tell you some shit that's not factual. Like, AI is like, yo, we need to make sure this is based in facts. So, like, all right, cool. So I ain't got to worry about you trying to lie to me. But again, people are just doing content just to pay their goddamn bills, which to me is a deadly cycle, which is why I got away from it. But I'm like, yo, if I got to make content just to pay the bills, and that's gonna mean sometimes I gotta talk about some shit that I don't want to talk about or that I don't care about. But that's what they gotta talk. As soon as some shit happen, they gotta talk about it, because that's food on their table. And ain't that they even care about it, because most of the time they don't. They don't even care about it, but they know everybody else cares about it, so they gotta talk about it, because that's gonna put money in their pocket. Versus me, you see, I'm only gonna speak about the shit that I actually care about. I'm not about to go above and beyond. Just talking about some shit just for the sake of talking about it. So, so that's why I guess technically I'm a YouTuber, but I don't have a YouTuber's mentality. Because a lot of these motherfuckers is trash. I'm just gonna be honest about that. YouTubers are not the most moral people. These motherfuckers is, you could say, worse than non-YouTubers, honestly. YouTubers are worse than non-YouTubers. That's why you didn't see so much dumbass shit and on YouTube. Like there's certain shit that people ain't even supposed to be recording, and they recording. When you get to the point where like everything is content, it's like you losing yourself. But you see, like a lot of people just be throwing on the camera just to be throwing that shit on, just to express themselves and just to say shit. Not they ain't thought nothing out. It's not easy to just speak without thinking, and then it coming off correctly every time. It's just not that easy. So you know, I guess everybody can't just hit the record button and speak. As y'all see, that's what the fuck I do every time, right? And we start to wrap it down. I'll probably be on about another 10 minutes, and we get the fuck on. You know, I'm not just about to go on a tangent about this all day, but it's yeah, I don't trust YouTube honestly. I don't get no information from YouTube. I'm just getting media. Like if I need to know what's going on in the now, like no problem. Anything else is either AI or I'm going directly to the spirit, doing my own equations, and I ain't really looking for nobody else to make no sense of this shit. Cause it's just business now. It's just business. But you see, I had to be anti-business. So everything I'm doing now, YouTube-wise, is anti-business. As y'all see, I'm not even trying to sell my own merch. I ain't even trying to sell my own merch. So that just let you know right there. I'm not even thinking about business when it comes to YouTube. 'Cause that shit just destroyed motherfuckers. And I done seen so many people get destroyed while I've been here the whole fucking time. I've been observing YouTube the whole time. Right? What AI would you recommend? There's so much now. Everyone is different. It all depends on what you're gonna use it for. They all are different. So it's like I can't say which one is better, which one is worse. It all depends on what are you gonna use it for. So depending on what you're gonna use AI for, that will determine which AI you should use. So I say try all of them. You have the money, right? Nobody in here should be broke. You have the money. Try them all. Spend a goddamn 10, $20. Try them all. And you see for yourself which one works for you. Try them all. That's why I say try them all. Don't let me be the one to tell you try all of them. Put that money down. Try all of them. And stick with the one that makes the most sense to you based on what you're going to use it for. But try them all out. Yes. Explore the whole market. Explore the entire market. Explore. And then come to your conclusions after you explore. Come to your understanding after you gain the wisdom. And you'll be good with that. You'll be good. So, because they all serve a purpose. It just all depends on, like, if you want something uncensored, you should probably go to Gorp. If you want something that's just strictly factual, you should probably go to Chat GPT. If you want, like, if you're more about the written word, something that help you with the written word, you probably should go to Claude. Right? But then you got Google Gemini. So and obviously more than that, I'm just naming the top ones. But they all serve a different purpose, so I say try them all up. Try them all. Don't like, okay, I'm gonna choose this one or not that one. Try them all. I'll put the money down. Invest into the future, and put the money down. That's what I say. Because you are investing into the future. Invest into the future, right? If you are futuristic, invest into the future, right? Like, you know. And again, I'll just be up here a few more minutes, and I'll see where my mind is. My mind is on everything that everybody else's mind isn't. I'm always in the forbidden realms, in the demonic worlds / angelic worlds. On my narco saint, That's what I'm on. I'm on the narco saintism. Narco saints. Right? Santa Muerte, these are narco saints. Meaning they are accepted by the streets, not the mainstream. That's what that is. The Catholic Church does not acknowledge Santa Muerte, but the streets do. Catholic Church doesn't acknowledge Jesus Movarte, but the streets do. Right? So you decide. You want to fuck with the official or you want to fuck with the unofficial? You decide. So no, everybody got a different everybody's not going to accept everything. I already know that. Even though that's me, I'm accepting every goddamn thing. I know most people ain't going to accept everything. They just going to fuck with what they fuck with. So whatever you fuck with, then I can't even say give it your all because I'm like, it's going to be incomplete. So I can't even say shit to them. Like, anybody who's just fucking with their own shit and don't care about nothing else, I don't have no advice for you. Cause I'm like, you're in a fucking box that you want to be in, and that's your heaven. I'm not gonna tell you to do anything other than that. But if you acknowledge the whole circumference, the whole 360 degrees, there's a lot out there for you. There's a lot out there for you. I'm just giving you a little taste of it. But yeah, I'll probably get into these later. Celebrate my birthday. I'm gonna take a goddamn psychedelic trip. That's what the fuck I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a psychedelic trip. So while everybody else trying to take actual trips on airplanes and trains and shit, I'll take a psychedelic trip. How does that sound? I'll do some shamanism. Some shit that's gonna actually help me evolve. Not just going to a fucking location just to say I've been there. What the fuck for? Cause that's what most people do. They just take a goddamn trip just to go somewhere that, like, for what? What are you gonna gain from the trip? That's why I'm just not so quick just to go somewhere. I'm like, what the fuck is there to gain? Alright? But through a psychedelic trip, I can gain. That's why it's fucking illegal, though. Imagine that. The trips you're supposed to be taking are illegal trips. Imagine that. Cops busting here right now, they probably take my ass to jail for that shit. Imagine that. Imagine that, right? The real shit you ain't supposed to have. It's illegal. But it's real shit, though. So you have to make a decision, is it worth the sacrifice? That's everybody has to make that decision. The real shit is probably gonna be forbidden, it's gonna be illegal, it's gonna be looked down upon, frowned on. It's gonna be all the negative shit. Is based, are you willing to accept it? Cause that's exactly how it looks on the surface. It looks very sinister on the surface. Are you willing to accept everything that comes with it? You look at that on the surface, that shit looks sinister as fuck on the surface. Does it mean there's anything sinister about that? Is there anything sinister about Solve and Coagula? Is there anything sinister about that? No. Is there anything sinister about that torch coming from the third eye? No. If you start breaking it down piece by piece, you're like, oh, there's nothing sinister, but for whatever reason, when you put all these things together as one, now it becomes sinister. Are you willing to accept it? Well, I am. Next time y'all see me, I'll probably have a Baphomet shirt on or a hoodie, wearing that shit on my chest. All right. Y'all saw that Pope, right? I wear that shit on my chest. The demon Pope. Wow, that's just me accepting my own shadow. It ain't really even about the Pope. It's about, I'm like, all right, if the Pope can be the angel externally, but the demon internally, that sounds like some shit anybody can do, right? That's what we do any damn way. Everybody want to showcase the angel and then lock up the demon. Well, what if I showcase the demon and then lock up the angel? What difference does that have? So if I come to y'all with all things forbidden and sinister and demonic and clip off again, because everybody else is already coming with the angels, angel numbers, archangels, all this extra shit. But if they don't acknowledge the Goetia, it's incomplete. Because every Goetic spirit is connected to an angel. Every angel is connected to a demon. So how can you acknowledge the Notoria without acknowledging the Goetia? But is that what people do all day, every day? Of course. Of course. Just means it's incomplete, though. It just makes it incomplete. So you just have to ask yourself, do you want to be complete or you want to be incomplete? If you want to be complete, you got 360 degrees to really study and to accept about yourself. Right? All right. Would you mind sharing your perspective on the supernatural experience? Yeah, no problem. And if you try to send me an email, I'll completely disable my Asha Renu email. So you will have to send it through another email. Uh, it's probably easier to contact me through social media at this point. Because again, I completely disabled the email. So if anybody has been trying to email me, like from Asha at AshaRenew.com, that shit is disabled. I disabled that shit. Just like I disabled the website. So the website is disabled, email is disabled. So I'm like, there's no need for me to hold on to that shit. Resurrection, death, resurrection, right? Got some whole nother shit planned, but probably be easier just to reach. What else do I have? Yeah, that's probably about it. About it. Yeah. This is just you know, even this is ass check. But anyway. You see that suit? Showing y'all how this shit really works. Magic works on correspondence. The more correspondences you can put in a cipher, the more powerful the spell or the ritual is. It's just that simple. So that's why you see I showed you Santa Morte, Jesus my birthday, and also Saint Jude. They all correspond with each other. I ain't show you Saint Jude. Let me. Oh man, I gotta keep getting up. Yeah? Think I'm fucking around? See this? Not playing. St. Jude with the money at his feet. So I showed y'all Santa Morte. She got the money at her feet. He got the money at his feet. He got the money at his feet. They all correspond. They all correspond. Right? Simple. Correspondence. But a lot of people don't acknowledge Santa Morte or Jesus, my birthday. So that's the difference. Kind of. All right. All right. Corresponded with the light corresponded. Stuff for you to figure that out. It's not always obvious, but it's there. And it makes whatever you're doing more powerful. But, all right, sorry about that. All right, let me just go ahead and take the Wi-Fi off. So yeah, sorry about that. So what I was saying was, you have to acknowledge the darkness within you. That's all it is. Can you acknowledge the darkness within you? 'Cause, all right, all right. We're not playing with this shit. We ain't playing with this shit. So as y'all see, I just continue darker and darker and darker and darker, and then corresponded to the light. All right. So you don't get no darker than Santa Morte El Cristo Negro. And we balance it with the St. Jude. All right. Balance the light and the darkness. That's what we're supposed to be doing, right? And we take that as far as we want to take it. Angela 93. Yes, sir. Like I said, let me show you the cause I can't show you this voodoo deck. I'm gonna show you the devil card and the voodoo deck. To end it all off, which is this. Alright. Regular. The reason why voodoo is so feared is because this is how the Haitian people gained their freedom. They gained their freedom through the use of voodoo. That's why voodoo has always been feared. You know, it's always had a stigma attached to it, even more than voodoo, right? Like voodoo, you got voodoo, which is the Americanized version of voodoo, which is what they get from Haiti. Once it came over to America, it had a dark stigma attached to it. So you can say voodoo is even a lot more darker than voodoo. But you know, anytime America touch some shit, it's gonna become darker. That's just that's how you know we are in Saturn in real time. That's how you know America is the energy of Saturn, Satan. Anything America is gonna be perverted. It's gonna be corrupted. but not in the sense of you ain't supposed to fuck with it. You got to bring it back to its natural state. So basically, everything Americanized, it has to be brought back to its natural state. Just like you had the white Christ, you got to bring it back to El Cristo Negro, right? You got to bring everything back to its natural state. Everything has been whitewashed, so it has to be brought back. It ain't just gonna be in your face. And your face is a lie, but once you go beyond the lie, like okay, there are certain things that have been preserved. But let me show you the double card. Even this is the sun card in the voodoo deck. You see the child. You don't see no grown ass man. You see the child god. You see baby Haru, right? That's the real shit. You don't ever supposed to imagine the Christ as no grown ass man. It's always the child. The child God. That's the Aeon of Horus, the resurrection into Haru. You are the Haru. You are the resurrected child, right? The Madonna and child, which is basically what you see on the front cover, right? The Madonna and the child Christ, the mother, the great mother, and the child Christ. That goes back to Sophia, Gnosticism, the great mother of Sophia. And Sophia gave birth to the demiurge, which created this world. So that came through Sophia because she created outside of the mainstream, according to Gnosticism. That's why they call this world a false creation. They called this world a false creation because it was not ordained by the higher gods. It was Sophia going out on her own. And then, because she acknowledged, like, oh, I can create as well. All they're doing is creating together. I have the power of creation and myself to create a whole universe without their help, which is what she did, which is why they don't even acknowledge this world is real. That's why we all call it Matrix, we call it fake. That goes back to Gnosticism because it was created outside of, you could say, divine intervention. It was created without the help of the gods and the goddesses. This was a solo practitioner going about her own thing. She had an understanding that nobody else had because everybody else felt, oh, we can't do this for each other. Somehow she came to the conclusion that she can perform without the help of others, and she was successful at it. But again, they still acknowledge it as something demonic. So that's where that energy comes from. Oh, this world is Satan's playground because it was created outside the mainstream. But when you look at, oh, that was the purpose, that was the point for us to come out as the phoenix. There's still a divine within us, even though we were created in corruption. Even though we are corrupted, we still can manifest that divine that potential, even through the corruption. So in a sense, Thea's mentality of I can do this myself without their help is not wrong. The divine spark is still there. So we still have the divine spark within us. And it came through the matriarchy. It came through the matriarchy. That's why voodoo has queens and not kings. This the same story of Sophia and the child God. It's the same story. I can read without the assistant and basically give birth to a Christ. The same story of Jesus. Because his mother had him without a man. He had a man, but it wasn't his semen that created out. It was the Spirit or the Holy Spirit, right? Through the Holy Spirit, which is the same thing. This is the same story of Sophia creating a universe without the assistance. So as you see, it's the same thing that's reinvented. Same word, it's the same shit reinvented. So when we voodoo and then we see it's a matriarch, you see this continued pattern, like raising the Christ. This has been going on since the creation of the God. Well, in this in particular, that's why Santa Morte has her feet over this world in particular, because it's just something this world that was done outside of creation. That's what Santa Morte is. Santa Morte, what her feet with the world means, she is the creator of this world. Not saying her universe is this, she has domain over this motherfucker. Because this was created outside of that. It's basically something unique. That's why the ancients thought the earth does not revolve around the sun. The earth is stagnant. Everything is revolving around the earth. The earth is the center of the universe. But everybody else tell us there's another planet in another solar system, and there's billions and trillions and gazillions of all. We're just little speckles of dust or sand. But according to the ancients, no, this is down here. This is the center of everything is revolving around this shit. It's all about what you choose to believe. That's why again you don't have an earth sign in astrology. You have earth sign, you have a sun sign all the way to Pluto, an earth sign. Earth is revolving around the sun. Why doesn't the earth in Aries, the earth in Taurus? Nobody asked these questions. Why don't you have an earth sign? Because clearly the ancients thought the earth ain't moving. Why do you need to have an earth sign and the earth ain't moving? The earth ain't on that. So why would you have an earth sign? So that's why you don't have an earth sign. In a geocentric chart, you don't have an earth sign. You only have an earth sign when you look at it from the perspective of the heliocentric chart, which is the perspective of the sun. Because a heliocentric chart, you don't have a sun, but an earth. So it takes away the sun, and you're just the earth. You see that? So that's a whole difference. You take away the sun, so in a heliocentric chart, there is no sun, but there is an earth, and the earth will have a zodiac sign, but the sun disappears. So all that, my sun sign is this, my sun sign is that, all that disappears. Now you have to acknowledge your earth sign, which then gives you a whole different perspective. So you see how it changed. So even the sun sign is not the end all be all. In the heliocentric chart, you only acknowledge the earth sign. So you see, astrology is very vast, it's very versatile, it's not as straightforward as you think, because that's how the mainstream dumbs it down. Mainstream dumbs it down to just a bunch of horoscopes. So that's why it's easy for people to say they don't believe in it because of how dumbed down it is. But you see, the real shit is super advanced. The real astrology is super advanced. That's why most people don't want no parts. It's like, do you really want to do math? It's like you got to be like a mathematician. Want to dig into shit. It's not easy. You got to interpret all this shit the same way you got to interpret those numbers and those formulas. That ain't something that a person just gonna do. But that's a devil card. All right. All right. So yeah, real voodoo shit. So you see, I could have stopped at the golf deck. But I'm like, nah. Let me go to that Santa Morte deck. Now let me go to this voodoo deck. But before I could understand that Madonna and Christ in the Santa Morte, and you see she's pregnant. You don't see that shit? You see how she's pregnant? The child is not born yet. She's just praying on the birth of the child. The child ain't born yet. You see that? There's no child yet. She's pregnant, but the child's not born. The child doesn't get born until the resurrection. That's why when we see this, That's why the child is born now. Pregnant, now it's born. How that works? The age of Osiris going to the age of Horus. So that's why I had to start here to understand that. Now I can understand this. So you see how it's a cycle? Because before you understand Osiris, you had to understand Isis or Aset, which is the matriarchy. Because you can say Osiris represents the patriarchy, but before the patriarchy was a matriarchy. Right. So that's how you understand that. So you see it's stages to this. And depending on how far you want to go will determine how far you go. Right? Like some people want to acknowledge the Christ, but they don't want to acknowledge the death. But to really understand Haru, you got to understand Osiris because it's the spirit of Osiris that is in Haru. So even though it's a child, that child has a crown, meaning their spirit, their soul is old. The soul of an old soul is technically a child, but that child has an old soul. That's what the Christ was. Technically a child, but that child has an old soul, an ancient soul that's great. But it's all symbolic of the divine spark within you that you have to give birth to. That's what it's really trying to tell you. You have to give birth to your divine essence. But before you give birth to the divine essence, you have to acknowledge that it's real. And you have to be impregnated by the Holy Spirit, mentally impregnated by the Holy Spirit. Then you give birth to the divine spark. By acknowledging, you can say the mother, oh, the mother isn't just a corrupted soul that tried to do some bullshit. She acknowledged that she had the crown. I can give life without them. I am the Sophia. So she had a revelation only she could have because she was the so-called chosen one. She was Sophia. It's for me to give birth, which is the divine spark. So she had to acknowledge her divinity. And then through her acknowledgement of her divinity, she was able to impregnate herself with that Christ and ultimately give birth. A child with an old soul, an ancient soul. That's how that goes, right? So now you see it ties back to bloodline. You living out your bloodline. Because that's what makes you a king. That's what makes you a queen. It's everything that the entirety of your culture has already been through. You have access to all those memories that your culture is going through, whatever your culture may be, not just your present culture, not just your north node, also your south node. You acknowledge where you came from to know where you're going. That's why you study the south node, not just the north node. You have to study them both. Then you connect it to the moon. Because it's only in Western astrology that the moon is more important. But the moon is not as important as the sun. In Western astrology, that's why the sun is everything. That's why people only care about the sun sign. But in the East, the moon is more important. That's why you have lunar mansions. Everything is revolving around the moon. They're more focused on the lunar returns, while we're just focused on the solar returns. That's why when I'm thinking, I'm like, yeah, it's my solar return, but we have a lunar return every month. We have a birthday every month. Lunar wise. So while we look at this sun is like this big. It's the lunar. The lunar is what's happening every month. So we have a birthday every month. Every time the moon hits that degree it was in at the time of your birth, that happens every month. That's lunar return. That's a lunar birthday. But you see, most people, are they acknowledging the lunar birthdays? No, they only acknowledge the solar birthdays. But that's just because we're here in the West. If you was in the East, the lunar birthdays would be even more important because it's giving you a perspective of what's going to happen a lot quicker. If you're looking at the solar return, you got to look at the whole year. You look at the lunar return, that's giving you perspective for the next month. So the solar return can't really tell you what's about to happen next month. The lunar return gotta tell you that. So the sun can prepare you for the bigger picture, but in terms of the stages you gotta go through to get to that bigger picture, you gotta go to the moon. So essentially, the moon will be more important because the moon is what's guiding you month by month. Whether the sun is just giving you, you could say the ultimate path. The sun gives you the path, but the doors you have to walk through to walk that path is the moon. The moon prepares you for the doors you have to enter into every month. The sun to tell you where you're going, but what you got to go through to get to where you're going, that's where the moon comes in. So in a sense, the moon is more important because it's just telling you the doors you got to conquer to get to where you're going. So again, that's just us in the West. We just want to make the sun just everything. Sun sign, your birthday again is just the sun, 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 sun. But that's what we do over here in the West. So I'm just bringing the perspective of acknowledge the moon, right? That's what the witches did, right? So after Sophia, you got witches, pagans. For whatever reason, the witches understood the moon. No, the moon is very connected with magic. Magic and the moon correspond. So all the magical elements really from the sun is like the spirit or the soul. The magical elements was able to influence because that's basically what you do in magic. You're influence your spirit. That's the moon. So basically, the moon is in the sun. That's why you know when you have certain time the moon is in conjunction with the sun. Sometimes the moon is in opposition with the sun, depending on the moon phase. The moon is. So sometimes when we have the moon may be conjunct with the sun, but it may be in opposition with the sun. Who turn the effects? Is it conjunct or with the sun? So that's why we pay attention to what we call the transit. You want to know because that's going to give you an idea of how the energy is out there. And of course, you can see the house. What house is this appearing in? It's just math. Cool, and it's real. That's why people would just say, "Oh, it's not real." It's not real because this is meticulous in advance. So that's all it be. So that's why like people that don't acknowledge spirit and don't acknowledge the unseen, it's just an easy thing. They just rather leave God. That's it's for God to know that. They don't want to know all them details. They don't feel that you have the ability to influence your destiny. God is guiding you to wherever God wants you to be. That ain't something that you even have control over. That's how religious people believe. They don't even believe that they are in control of their destiny. They don't have no influence. It's all God is doing it. That's an easy way. I don't understand how this shit works. So without saying that, don't understand how it works. It don't mean that that's real. You just don't understand how it works. But most comprehend. So that's why they don't believe it. It's way too complicated. Damn, you are in charge of your whole life. You want that responsibility? That's a responsibility they don't want. Then you are responsible whether you live or die. It's easier to say, "Oh, we all a certain time where we gotta go." That's easy. Well, we all. That's what you were supposed to die on the 13th. You're gonna die on the 13th. It's easy to say that versus no, you caused your own death. You supposed to live to 90. You caused your own death. That's you have to take responsibility, obviously. And that's not what people want to do. So that's why people are so religious. There's a lack of responsibility. You are responsible for you, not God. The God in you, God outside of you, the God in you, you are responsible because the God is within you. The God ain't outside in space pulling strings. The God is within, and you have to acknowledge the God within. The God is within, and that's what's going to allow you to Move in the direction you're supposed to be moving in. The acknowledgement of the I self law and master, which is not easy, because that means you are fully responsible, not half, not partial, not 50. Oh, co-creators with the universe. That's a lot of manifestation people say. Oh, we're co-creating with the universe. Okay, sure you, sure you are. It's just easy. They just lack responsibility. It's hard to say I am in 100% control of my life. It's hard to say that and mean that. That's not easy to accept. So that means like yo, you gotta do it. God can't do nothing for you. You gotta do everything. So that means obviously you can only do so much with your physical hands. You gotta at some point go into the mental hands, the mental worlds, and start organizing shit there. So I mean, you don't get to not do your spirit work. You got to do the spirit work because it's your responsibility to do it anyway. It is your responsibility to do your spiritual work. You're supposed to be doing it instead of letting God do it. Well, shit, if you let God do it, well, and don't make mistakes, but mistakes do happen, right? Oh, God wanted to teach me a lesson then. All right. Maybe the lesson was you're not supposed to be leaving this shit in God's hands. Do they ever get to these conclusions? Nope. It's not easy to accept that type of responsibility. It's not. So most people ain't with this shit. And it will be. It's just a level of responsibility that you are responsible for the journey of your soul. If you don't make it, it's on you. It ain't on God to fucking forgive you. It's on you for not acknowledging the God within. So anything that you don't accomplish or you don't get done is because you didn't acknowledge aspects of yourself. Don't have nothing to do with what God did or didn't do or what God ordained or didn't ordain. What did you acknowledge? Did you fully accept who you was? That's why at the end, your heart got to be weighed. Is your heart lighter than a feather? That's what that is. Did you accept full responsibility for your life and do what you came here to do? If you did, then your heart is not going to be heavier than a feather. It's only going to be like, damn, well, I kind of sort of did it. God did the rest. Like, all right, well, you failed. Because God wasn't supposed to do a goddamn thing for you other than the God in you. And that you're in command of the God within you, not the other way around. The God within you is not in command of you. Because that's you. That's an aspect of you. It's just the greater you. It's you on a different dimension, but that's you too. And you can tap into that consciousness, your God consciousness, and then start seeing things as God will see them. It ain't that that's off limits to you, but to religious people, it is off limits. You ain't supposed to have the divine sight. You're not supposed to have clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience. You're not supposed to have these abilities where you can see the future and predict things before they happen. You ain't supposed to be able to do that. That's what God does. Well, if you are God, then that means you can do it too. Because that's what everybody say. You the God, you the goddess, right? That means you're able to do what God does. So all the attributes in the Bible and the Quran that God does, you have the ability to do it too. If God can create a whole world, a whole universe, you can create a whole world, a whole universe within the world, within the universe. All right? Do you not do that with your home? Is your home not a miniature universe? That's what it's supposed to be. Your home is supposed to be filled with emblems and symbols that you resonate with that are affecting your subconscious. You're programming your subconscious with sigils, symbols. That's what you're supposed to be doing, right? Programming yourself ain't nobody, or because if you don't, the moment you walk out, you're being programmed by all these advertisements, right? The moment you walk out, you're seeing advertisement, you're seeing subconscious shit being directed at you. Symbols coming off of cars, symbols of advertisements, stores. You're seeing all this bullshit as soon as you step outside. But when you step inside, that's supposed to be your temple. Where now you are in control of what is being penetrated into the subconscious. You may not be able to control what's going on out there, but you can control what's going on in here. You can control your own space. So the space that you control is supposed to be your universe. Everything around you that you surround yourself in your immediate environment should be things that empower you, things that make you feel divine and demonic, and being able to control both of those energies. That's why, again, the demon with the angel wings, right? Kabbalah, which is just a map of the universe of man, the universe of woman, your universe, because you are the planets. The planets are within you too. They're not just out there; they're in within you. So those paths within those planets, is paths of the psyche, paths that you are able to tap into mentally. It ain't no outward shit. It's inward. All this is inward psychological science. But they don't want to acknowledge that the ancestors was this advanced. So they tell you to go to therapy, right? They don't want to acknowledge, well, your therapist is your own ancestors and the math that they laid down for you. You can figure yourself out with what they gave you. You can't figure yourself out by having a fucking therapist. A therapist can't tell you who you are. The ancestors can though. When you take heed to the game that they left for you, it can tell you exactly who you are. That's the only way to do it. You have to go to the ancestors. Trying to do what the fuck motherfuckers is doing now is not gonna give you no spiritual relief. They're not spiritual. How the fuck they supposed to give you spiritual relief? These people only care about math and science and the tangible world. How they supposed to guide you through any spiritual phenomenon? These are not spiritual people. Even people that claim to be spiritual are not spiritual. How are they gonna lead you through spiritual phenomena? Especially when they only fuck with what they fuck with. So how can they tell you about something that they don't even acknowledge? If they're a fucking Catholic or a Christian, how the fuck they gonna tell you about Santa Morte? How they gonna tell you about demons that you may be interacting with? They might be hearing the name of fucking Beelzebub. What the fuck does that mean? How the fuck they gonna tell you what that means? How they gonna tell you, oh, that's your personal jinn? That's you. How the fuck they gonna tell you that? But you can learn that through looking at your chart, connecting the degrees with deities, connecting degrees with deities. You can do that with the occult, with the devil science that they call it, smoking the devil's leaf. Now that you gain some perspective of what the fuck is really going on within you first and foremost. Because when you got the idea of you, now everything else begin to make sense. Because now you know how you should relate to your environment and the world as a whole. You have your path now. You have your plan now. So that's why I want it simple, but it's really not. It's really not. Because of what you have to let go of. You have to let go of everything you've been taught. And then retrain yourself, reteach yourself. So now you become your own teacher. And then you don't have another teacher. You have to become your own teacher. You have to be in control of your own thoughts, your own emotions, your own desires, your own memories. Neville Goddard gave a technique where you revise every day. Every day you supposed to, when you lay down in bed, you supposed to revise every day based on how you wanted it to go, based on what actually happened. Listen, you may have had a fucked up day at work, but when you lay your head down on that pillow and then you revisit the course of your day, you're supposed to correct all those errors. Where you had a magnificent day. Now when you dream from a different perspective. Now, fuck, I'm worn out. I gotta go to work. Gotta go right back to this bitch. I'm tired of this, all that bullshit. You like, no, every day was wonderful. And then you go into the dreams with that. Soon enough, you go into the dream world feeling good about the shit because you don't dwell on the negative shit. You replace it with the positive. You do that shit enough time, that shit begins to happen because you just reprogram your subconscious. You didn't change the people, you didn't change the world, you didn't change the universe, but you did change your mental vibration, your emotional vibrations, and then that influences. the events around you. Because you decided I'm not about to acknowledge the negative. What the fuck other people are doing. No, I'm about to go beyond. I'm gonna take my other world outside of this world and then replace it utilizing my imagination. Use my imagination to supersede the tangible, the reality, as we call it, what really happened. We're gonna step outside what really happened, imagination, place it, and then we go rebirth. That's just the planet. Saturn is reality. You have to go to the outer planets, Uranus. You have to acknowledge that something is strange and unusual, which is like you thinking positive when a bunch of negative shit is happening. Neptune is your imagination. So basically, Uranus is your higher mind, or your higher self, your Holy Spirit. Neptune is in your imagination, or your lower self. So the higher self, the lower self, and then the Holy. Then Pluto, death, rebirth. So acknowledging your higher self and your lower self, utilizing your ability to step out of this world and utilizing your imagination, then that process allows you to go through death and rebirth. So now you're able to change your circumstance because you went outside of Saturn. Most people are locked down. That's the status quo. They ain't going outside. So it's oh, I'm not anything that they don't fuck with. Astrology is outside of Saturn. That's Uranus. Uranus would be the planet of astrology, the planet of the occult. So that lets you know right there, you don't even deal with the occult until you go outside of Saturn. So the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn, the influence. The occult don't have nothing to do with none of that. You don't acknowledge the occult until you go outside the boundaries of Saturn. Uranus, like, oh shit, this is strange ass shit. Which then activates your imagination. Well, what if I start to do this? What if I start doing that? What if I then Pluto, death, rebirth. Your old reality dies and is replaced by the new one. So to even do any of this is outside of the boundaries. So as you see, you just keep going to the same principles. It's already, I'm just showing y'all how it's already there. Whatever the fuck these goddamn therapists, all these people we have to pay to talk to and all this. It's like, yo, the ancestors already laid this shit down. How am I able to explain this shit with the occult? It's not what, if it's that's not what it is. If we're not supposed to be using it in this way, how can I use it in this way? This is the purpose it was supposed to be used for self-discovery. Through the occult, self-discover. Which how you improve your life through self-discovery, not through therapy, self-discovery. Which you see the principles have already been laid down. Who you want to trust? You want to trust the ancestors or you want to trust the modern world? Like they know what the fuck they're talking about. All you did was hit the delete button on your ancestors. That's why you don't know them. So you gonna also hit the delete button on your ancestors, and now they know what the fuck they talking about. But your ancestors don't. That's why they wanted to delete that shit. Clearly, if the ancestors was wrong, why would they want to hit the delete button? Clearly, the ancestors wasn't wrong. And if you saw that real shit, you would know that it's real the same way. Once you were exposed to the occult, you knew it was some real shit. That's why they do everything in their power to keep you away from it. Because once you acknowledge it, it's like you can't not you can't unacknowledge it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. We might as well use illusion. There's so many different time realities anyway. Didn't they tell you that in Marvel and did they not have parallel realities and comics? Where do you think they get that from? That's all I'm saying. Like they've been going through alternative timelines and parallel realities. That's the thing since comics, right? So I'm just saying they had to get it from somewhere. And yes, they got it from, if this is all a dream anyway, Why are you treating it as if it's solid when it's made of water? That's what it comes down to. Why are you treating something that's not solid as if it is? Majority of the is water, right? If majority of the body is water, if majority of the earth is water, why do we treat it as if it's earth? So majority of your body is water, and we know water can be programmed. You can program water, right? There's documentaries on YouTube about programming water with whatever. You can use mantras, affirmations, whatever, sacred geometrical figures. Water can be programmed. So when people talk about programming or reprogramming yourself, what they're talking about is you tapping into your own waters and you reprogramming the waters because water is programmable. So if you can program yourself, that means you can also program the world. Water and water is programmable. You just have to know yourself as a programmer. I am able to program my reality by programming myself. If I can program myself, I can program my reality. And that's possible because it is majority of water. So you don't even have to go outside the bounds of science. We just know water can be programmed. That's a scientific fact. So you don't even have to go outside of. So that's why all this talk, that's where it comes from. You are water, even imagination. Imagination is your higher water. Neptune is water, right? So imagination is connected to Neptune, and Neptune is a water energy that your higher waters. So if you want to program the lower waters, that's why Neptune is connected to the firmament, and it holds the stars. Neptune is the water that holds the stars. That's why Ra or the sun out boat journeying through the path. It's a boat. Boat is water. It's the higher intelligence, the higher minds, water, as they call 4D dimensions, 4D reality, right? 4D is imagination, is the higher waters. So these skills, though, is skill, and the fact that most people would give up before they see success lets you know it's a skill. It's not something you just do. Like it's like it's not just a technique; it's a skill. And these skills for most people is like they don't do them. They're so focused on the external, meaning they're so good with their hands that they forgot how to train their mind. That's what happened. That's the earth element versus the water element, right? People in the world are worldly. They know how to do stuff with their hands. They know how to think lower level. But when it comes to the real work, that's like they can't comprehend that shit. It's above their comprehension. Why is it above their comprehension? Especially people that are religious and they already believe in God, but why is that real shit above their comprehension? They reject it forthright. They don't want no parts of it. They rather again just believe in God, and they don't because they don't want to accept the responsibility that this is all me. So that's what it come down to. That's why I fuck with 85, aka squares, out of the circle because these people will do nothing but corrupt your mind with their emotions and all they just have no control over, but they're good what they do. That's just what the world is. It's a bunch of people that's good at what they do, but so everything else is chaos. It's like what the fuck is going on? Chaos as in, their mind and their thoughts is not Feel like, yo, there's no understanding of the higher worlds here at all. It's not that they can't know, they just don't want to know. They just refuse. Again, it's a refusal. It's not that they don't have the mental ability. So I'm not saying that these people don't have the mental ability. They just refuse to acknowledge it because of what comes with that acknowledgement. They don't want what comes with that acknowledgement. So they reject it and just call it the devil. The devil is everything you don't want to acknowledge, but that's real. That's all that is. Everything you don't want to acknowledge, but it's real. That's just what the devil is. That's just what that energy is. So, you know, that's why that energy is in the tarot. Because, like, damn, that's Capricorn is the mathematician. Capricorn is the organizer, which is what they don't want. Capricorn is what the responsible one, right? That's the CEO mind. Right? That's what Capricorn is. So if Capricorn is organization, responsibility, structure, and you see like, oh, most people have that. They have a lot of earthly things. They have children. They have a home, cars. They have the worldly shit, mentally, emotionally, and their lives is all over the place. That's why they say with like rich people have to deal with their own demons. I mean, most people think their problems will be solved with money if they had more money or made enough and all that. But all you gotta do is look at people that make well above what you make. Like, okay, these people ain't in more peace. These people don't have more peace, more money. Because Earth is the lowest level. That's the lowest level. You get your money right, it's the lowest level. That means that's the least you can do. That's all that is. That's the least you can do. That's not the most you can do. That's how most people are. That's the most. The most of you just gotta do. Nah, that's the least you can do. You didn't even start no spiritual work before that. The least you can do is have your bread right. Then you can do shit. But people are not thinking about, I need to get my bread right, do real shit. They're just thinking about, I need to get my bread right so I can have more. They're still thinking like children. Like, okay, I need to have my structure right so I can start the real work. That I need to prepare for my death, not just the act of dying or the art of dying. I need to understand what the journey is. I need to have all the physical on point, organized, in place, so I can start doing the real work, not this world. So that's the best thing you can do is have everything. But when that becomes the apex, people get bored. That's what rich people are just fucking bored. You ain't worried about your goddamn bills. What the fuck are you doing? When you done went to every club, you didn't have you didn't fulfilled your desires. It's like you're still alive though, right? Eventually, shit get old. So it's like you have to always find new things to get into, which then gets old. Cause like it's not end all be all, but again, most people that's what they believe. Because truly, all they want is that freedom. They just want the freedom. Okay, well, if you wasn't getting your bills paid, you would have more time to do this. You would have more time to do that. They just want more time to do what they're trying to do. But we move in real time. That means you should be utilizing magic all times. No, I'm on a certain time. No, you just need to be doing it while you're doing something else. So that's why that's just high. That's higher math. Higher mathematics meaning you're able to do multiple things at one time. That's how it works. There is no, I never have enough time. Yeah, you do. have to do it while you're doing something else. That's how that works. It takes an. I mean, I learned the occult as I go through life because I'm constantly conducting experiments, constantly in the laboratory. I'm constantly working with this energy, this energy, this energy, this energy. So every day I'm learning more. I'm learning things. So there is no set a certain time away. No, you put that goddamn sigil in life. We gotta set no time up. Okay, I gotta do this when I'm not doing. No, you need to do it when you're doing all this other shit, and then be able to acknowledge the transformation that occurs. Like that's how it happened for me. I drew the sigil for Simon. I walk into a gas station. I heard the Saw music, and I was only in that gas station for like 60 seconds. Okay, how do I go into a gas station for 60 seconds? And I got the seal of San Simon, Billy, Saw music, and I'm on there 60 seconds. That's like, oh, okay, this is some real shit. Like that happens to me. I'm like, okay, I just make the damn sigil. So that was the experience. Like, if you're paying attention, you caught that. That ain't no shit that you set aside and you learn when you ain't doing nothing else. You got to be in motion. Right? That's something you do your spiritual work while you're doing the earthly works. Like you, so that means you got to do it. With work. That's what that means. You got to be conducting experiments at work. You ain't no shit that you just get to do at home. You got to do it at work too. There ain't no shit. Oh, I got to make time for it. No, it got to be done at work. So you got to be doing that while you're doing your job. Or while you doing other shit at home. If you got a whole family, while you're spending time with the family, you got to be doing that at the same time. There is no like you got to set a certain time. You got to be doing it while you're doing everything else. Basically, you have the mind of an octopus, right? You got to be doing 8 different things at once. That's the only way to get the shit done. You ain't gonna. I'm about to fully focus on this at this time. Good luck. Especially you trying to do that consistently. Versus okay, I'm just about to do it while I'm doing whatever else I need to do. So that way it gets done. And you get to make time for it. You just acknowledge it and you just do it. I'm about to set. So that's why I'm just breaking down all the excuses people have why they can't do certain shit. Like you can. If you have a God mind, you should be able to do it while you're doing other things. Don't call yourself God or goddess if you can't do multiple things at once. Of course you can. Right? It's just lazy people say lazy shit. That's all that is. That's why when you have that type of energy in your space, you begin to think that that's the right way. That's why you keep squares out of your fucking circle. I said that because this is the type of thoughts they have, and that they start bleeding that shit to you because they fucking talk about running their goddamn mouth. Just say that I'm a lazy fuck. They just want, well, it's not, or I can't do it. I gotta find. That's just what lazy people say. That's what squares say. Don't be that. That's what I'm saying. Keep these motherfuckers away from you because they poison you with that bullshit. If you allow it, that's what happens. Mo- Motherfuckers don't just say this shit because it's cool. You better keep people away from that don't think like you because all they're gonna do is take you away from you because they still think like a square, so they gonna take you away from that circle thought, that 360 degrees. They have thinking in 90-degree intervals. Square is 490 degrees. I mean, they gotta have certain turns and twists. I said those people are not in control of their life because they could be moving in a certain direction, then goes this way, then goes that way, then goes that's their lifestyle. Shit move and then some shit happen, then some shit happen. Is that not everybody? The 85% shit going smooth to shit ain't going smooth, and they don't know what's going on. No, the girl is tripping, dude is tripping. This is happening, that is happening. There's always this shit popping up, right? To the point where you talk to you motherfuckers know people like this every day. You can talk to a person every day, and it's like they going through different shit every day. It's like, how the fuck is that? How's that happen? You having different problems. Somebody just throwing them because they're not acknowledging the shadow within. That's just a shadow, their attention, and they don't even know it. The shadow is trying to get their attention through the problems, but they don't even know it. So they just complain about it, and it just becomes a you become a person's therapist type shit because you are a circle. So you don't think like that. So you may be trying to get them to think different, but it's just not gonna work. It's not going, not at all. So don't waste your time. Just be a but already have a circle or a friend. I was all 360 degrees. So whatever you gotta do, however you gotta do it, you get it done. Or I gotta take the 280th degree to get it done. Fuck it. I gotta take the 89th degree to get it done. Fuck it. Because there's nothing that, okay, I'm not gonna do that, or that's a little bit too far. It's like, all right, well, why are you here? So people have chains on their minds. It's not just physical. So this is what I mean by when people have mental chains, not chains. When people have mental chains, they stop themselves from accessing all of their degrees, which just causes them to complain because they don't know what else to do. It just frustrates them and they don't know the solution. Even if you tell the solution, they don't acknowledge the solution because you have to accept it. Just because you tell somebody something don't mean they accept it. All right? So on that note, just have a full acceptance of your 360 chambers. Some are positive, some are negative. Be willing to deal with whatever you have to deal with to get yourself to the next level in your shadow with your ego. And that's how you become holistic. You can acknowledge yourself as a whole, the demon and the God and the devil. All right? This goes beyond religion. This is about your psyche. Learn how your psyche works. Learn real psychology via occult. And I just come up and just show you how the shit works, right? It's medicine, it's therapy, it's healing. It heals you so you don't feel lesser than yourself because you can find yourself in the stars. So you don't feel less than, you feel greater than. Even when you're in the human body, you can acknowledge the greater, which is what you're supposed to be doing. Every man and every woman is a star. Do you acknowledge your star essence, your star powers, star lineage? Do you acknowledge any of that? Because if not, you're gonna have a hard time trying to prove yourself on this planet like you're somebody. Everybody's already mostly negative. It's like you're trying to prove something to negative people. It's a waste of time. When you should be proving it to yourself. That's what makes what other people believe is that you believe it. It ain't you try to make them believe it. When you believe it, it make it when your influence in believing in yourself is stronger than their influence of being negative, then they have to accept it. Meaning your belief has to be your faith. That's a better way of saying it. Your faith has to be stronger than theirs. So all these people that have a faith in God, your faith has to be stronger in yourself than their faith of God. And you get their whole life their whole life to the Lord. So you got to give your whole life to your God or your God. They got to be stronger than their love of God. That's the only way for you to prove knowledge or that they may never acknowledge unless. So you got to your faith had to be on. If theirs on 100, 200. So imagine that easy task. Absolutely not. That's something when people say, well, I'll believe it when I see it. Well, some people just got to be shown. You just have to show that it's possible. So your belief got on 200s. So you're able to believe something and manifest it, not just believe and unseen, but not manifest it. There's a lot of people that believe in God, but they can't manifest God. You got to be able to believe in self and manifest self. Believe within and manifest the God within. That's 200. I believe in manifest, not just believe and put it on another deity outside me. I believe in something in me, and I can pull that into the external. Right. So on that, 93. Do what thou wouldst to be the law. Love is the law. Love under will. We out.